And a pledge of allegiance. If you care to participate with us, please do so by standing. Mr. Chris will do the invocation and Mr. Curtis the pledge to the flag.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here safely today. Thank you for our many blessings. We ask that you give us your guidance as we handle this important business of our fellow citizens. We ask this in Jesus' name. We pray, amen.
Amen. Please join me in pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. The public hearing agenda items. If you wish to make public comments on an application, we have MPC comment slips at the speaker stand next to the podium right down front. For further notification purposes, it is very important that you fill out a slip and drop it in the box when you come forward to speak. Please state your full name, mailing address, and zip code before addressing the board. We will call each case on the agenda in order and hear first from the MPC staff case manager in some cases, then the applicant, then those speaking in favor. 10 minutes are allotted for the principal spokesperson and 3 minutes for each additional speaker. We will then hear from those wishing to speak against an application. Again, 10 minutes are allocated for the principal spokesperson and 3 minutes for each additional speaker. One representative of the application can then speak in rebuttal if desired. After hearing comments on each case, the board will then immediately deliberate and vote on that case before moving on to the next case on the agenda. Please note that when the board is deliberating, members of the public are not permitted to comment. Any member of the public may request a copy of the board's decisions on a particular case by contacting our office at 318-673-6480 after 1 p.m. on tomorrow, or by accessing our website at shreveportcattlempc.com. For consent agenda items and other agenda items not requiring a public hearing, public comments can be made upon request by filling out an MPC comment slip. If comments are requested for a specific agenda item, the chair will offer an opportunity for those comments prior to the commission taking action on the agenda item. All of the MPC board's zoning recommendations are submitted to either the city council or the parish commission for a final decision, depending on the location of the property in question. Please note that it is your responsibility to contact the appropriate governing body about their procedures as related to the matter you are concerned with. Copies of this document and the phone numbers to contact the government bodies are available at the table next to the podium and in the entryway of this room. As a courtesy, please remember to turn off all cell phones while the MPC board is in session. The commission values your testimony and appreciates your compliance with these guidances. And for those who are coming in and requiring a seat, please look around. There are some empty seats available. Thank you very much. At this particular time, we'll call for a motion for approval of minutes for the December 4th, 2020 meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Curtis, second by Ms. DeMarteau. All those in favor, please vote. Thank you. At this particular time, we would ask the audience and applicants with us today to indulge us for a moment of recognition. At this particular time, one of our board members, we find that this will be her last day in attendance as a public servant with this particular organization with the city and the parish. And that person is none other than attorney Ms. Nancy Cooper. We're going to invite Ms. Cooper to please stand, come down in the circle, and we're going to invite board members, if you care to join us in a group picture with Mr. Clark presenting this plaque, would you please step forward? Make sure you can see everybody.
At least our eyes. You're hot. Everyone has to smile.
I'm not, we're smiling. You smiling, you're smiling. Yes.
You ready?
All right.
Alrighty. Got you guys.
Good.
We should have been smiling. We should have been smiling faces. Thank you guys. I'll miss y'all.
What's up, brother?
I know, it's been fun, 7 years. Oh my God.
That's all?
I know, right? It only feels like 6 and a half. That's very sweet. Can I put this out? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Please, yes, sir.
I'm well aware that in accordance with fire marshal rules, we cannot allow citizens to stand around in the council chambers. There is an overflow area outside to the right that you can be seated in and properly utilize social distancing. We're going to ask if you would go to that area if there are no longer any seats in the chambers. If I may just make one short comment to Mrs. Cooper. It's so important that from the staff that you were always so concerned about the staff. You were always so concerned about the staff getting an opportunity to interact with the board. You were always so concerned about us bringing in young people and developing young people and assisting them in development of their planning career. And they were so excited about not your leaving, but by the fact that they needed to do something to show you their appreciation, and especially the rest of us, Stephen, Adam, and I, we were all so excited about sharing with you the appreciation that we have for you making sure that this staff was able to move to the next level. It's deserved the support. You gave it to us, and we thoroughly and truly appreciate all of the work that you've done with the MPC. I've been here 26 years, and I've seen the actions taken by you throughout that process. And I share it with you in person, but I like to share publicly that Shreveport and Caddo Parish is a much better place because of your involvement in the MPC. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, my third director since I've been on here. The last couple of years have been the most fun, for sure. Well, thank you, everybody. That was really kind. I appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your indulgence as we move into the agenda. The next several items, if you'll note, are listed on the consent agenda. At this particular time, it is customary to request a motion to approve the consent agenda items as printed. As you look through the list, if you're here and have a burning desire to speak on either one of those that are found on the consent agenda, you may do so. Otherwise, I'm going to entertain a motion from a board member that all consent items be approved with the formation of a vote in a second. Anyone here caring to speak on either item 6, 7, 8, or number 9? Items listed 6, 7, 8, or 9. Seeing no one raise hands or stand, I will entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Cooper,
Second, Newbert.
second by Ms.
Newbert.
Newbert. All those in favor, please vote yes.
And I will remind you, Mr. Chair, that Mrs. Smith is remotely, and we have made provisions for her to vote again. Hopefully, we have contact with her.
She has not called in yet.
Or she hasn't gone.
Thank you, sir. The motion's carried. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this particular time, Mr. Clark, would you care to make any comments on item number 10, case 20-11-P, a zoning request?
Yes, sir. This is a request for rezoning. It is a case that's outside the city limits in Caddo Parish. The neighborhood association has secured a location for a meeting. There was a desire from the applicant to meet with the neighborhood to discuss the development that will be done in this particular area. That meeting is next Thursday night. So we're gonna ask, if you will, once more to defer and continue this until January to allow them to meet and discuss all of the provisions of this development.
All right, sir. Is there anyone present who came in an effort to speak as it relates to this particular case that is about to be recommended for deferring and continuing till January? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
There'll be a motion to defer and continue.
Defer, sorry,
Yeah.
defer. Sorry.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to defer and continue. Ms. Newbert, second by Mr. Curtis. All those in favor, please vote yes. All right, that motion's carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Clark, as a result of a discussion on yesterday, would you care to make any comments about case number 20-124C?
I would love to, Mr. Chair. This is another example of neighborhood and business owner and applicant meeting. But the uniqueness about this application was that we were contacted by the neighborhood association because they were so excited about the possibility of improving their neighborhood and working with the business owner that was trying to get approval for the sale of autos in that particular area. I know that there's one of the representatives that's here today, but they have had meetings with the applicant. The interesting thing about it, the ordinance gives relief and gives suggestions of amenities for spuds, which this is going to turn out to be because they were against the C3 zoning. But the neighborhood association was so concerned about the business owner until they are going to submit amenities to us to get us to approve the amenities that the business owner will have to provide. So with all of that said, we would ask that in order to accomplish all of these things that you defer and continue this application for 30 days.
All right, Mr. Clark, I believe you indicated that someone was present.
I saw her.
I would be remiss if I didn't provide that individual an opportunity to speak if they chose to. Otherwise, this particular item will be deferred and continued until next month.
I can speak.
Please come forward and give us your name and address, please.
As long as I can speak about what I came here to speak about, but this is extra. I'm Kay Grammer Camp. My address is 2025 East Kings Highway, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71105. And it's been a privilege to see how neighborhoods and a business owner can work together. We're in the midst of it. Public amenities that will please the neighborhood and the business owner won't go broke with them. It's a balancing act, but I think we're progressing to a great result. Any
Thank you.
questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Kemp. At this particular time, we'll entertain a motion as per requested from staff.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Joseph, second by Ms. Newbert. All those in favor, please vote yes. I'm going to invite board members, when you make a motion, call your last name so that I can know who's, the shields are muffing all of the sound. I can't hear who was doing the motioning, but I would appreciate your indulgence for safety's sake. All right, it appears that motion is carried. Thank you very much. We will now go to case number 20-15-P, zoning request from Chris Flukes, or owner Chris Reiser. Anyone here representing that particular case?
We'd like the staff to just introduce the case to you, Mr.
That
Chair.
will be just fine. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Moeller. I'm a planner here with the Metropolitan Planning Commission. This is case 20-15-P. The applicant is Chris Foltz and the owner is Chris Reiser. The location is 808 Stewart Drive, which is at the corner of Ellerby Road and Stewart Drive. The applicant is requesting to have approximately 0.56 acres rezoned from R17 single-family residential to C1 neighborhood commercial. Our staff has found that we are recommending denial for this application on the basis that if you do look at the map that we have provided, while there is some existing C1 down here to the south, overall a lot of the surrounding area is single-family residential, so we do feel it would conflict with the existing neighborhood. Likewise, we have heard from the applicant, who I believe has been contacting the neighbors, who all seem to be in support of that, just to let you guys know that for full transparency. But our recommendation is still denial on this one. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
What, can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I couldn't hear what you said. The neighbors what?
So the applicant has stated that they have been around, and I believe a letter was submitted that I don't have up here, but they do have a letter that did have some of the surrounding neighbors in affirmation for having the land rezoned.
So they were supporting?
Yes,
Okay.
my apologies.
No, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members for our staff? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this particular time, is the applicant present or a representative to speak in favor? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Foltz. I'm a local physical therapist applying for this rezoning. As Ben mentioned, I have canvassed the neighborhood on 2 occasions, speaking to 5 of the 6 residential homeowners on the west side of Red Oak Lane, who have all voiced support with their signatures. And one of the 4 houses on the east side of Red Oak Lane, who was the only homeowner to come to the door on 2 attempts. I have also spoken with Ricky Rogers, who is the general manager of East Ridge Country Club, and has voiced overwhelming support for it. In all the speaking that I've done with the neighbors, as well as the East Ridge board members, general manager, I have met 0 opposition. And I'm here to answer any questions y'all may have as well.
Do we have any questions for this gentleman? You will be the proprietor of the property, is that what I understand?
Yes, sir. That it will be planning to be the permanent home of my outpatient physical therapy office.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes. Address for the record is 10028 St. Bernard Drive, Shreveport, Louisiana, and that's 71106.
Ms. Cooper?
If we could scroll down, I think there's a photograph of what I think is the house. It's gonna be in this log cabin style house that's been there forever.
That's correct.
On the corner of the industrial, well, it's almost like the ramp up to the industrial loop. Well, no, it's under.
It's on the south side of the ramp. So the 3132 overpass, there's no entrance or exit on the south side where this lot is located.
Okay, and this is where you turn in to go into East Ridge.
That is correct.
And so the neighborhood is kind of behind this log cabin house.
That is
And
correct.
Those are the neighbors you say are supportive?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, there are 3, I think, currently zoned residential lots directly to my south. One is a wooded lot with no home, and then following 2 lots are owned, to my knowledge, by the Niceleys, with no home present as well.
Okay, and can you go down one more photo that shows, I think, the view from the house looking out? I think if you scroll down one more.
While he's doing that, you didn't mean 3132, you meant Parkway, didn't you?
Bert Coons Industrial.
Bert Coons,
Yeah.
correct. Excuse me.
This would be the only other one we have for it. Everything else just the street.
I'm looking at, in my packet, if I scroll down, it just shows that if you're standing in the front yard of this house, you're looking out, you're seeing a big 4-lane highway and an
This one?
overpass.
That's Bert Coons.
Just the next one.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of the view from the yard.
Correct.
correct? Okay. Okay, that's all for tonight. Thank you.
Are there other questions from any board members?
And you've been met with no opposition?
Yes, sir, that is correct. As I mentioned, there were 4 houses that I attempted to reach on 2 occasions and were unsuccessful in reaching either of them.
No anticipated parking issues or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, and I don't have a site plan, obviously, because it was a considerable expense that I was unsure was going to be rezoned.
Okay. While this gentleman is at this stand, Mr. Jean, would either one of you care to speak as a reference to some of the issues pertaining to the possible decisions that we're talking about here relative to the recommendation?
Before Mr. Jean, I will just interject. At the pre-briefing meeting on yesterday, we advised you of the efforts that had been made, and we took different looks at the location, even though it possibly indicates the possibility of spot zoning. This is an opportunity to take an existing structure that is in less than desirable conditions and turn it into something very positive. And once we got the input from the neighborhood of their desire to make this corner lot something positive, even though we had recommended based on the zoning map denial, we were not in total support of our recommendation and could appreciate an approval of this application.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. There's no further comments from you. We'd like to invite anyone else present who would care to speak in favor of this request. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Please, if you care to.
Thank you. My name is Bill Fleming. It's Fleming. I live at 9402 Red Oak Lane. And my house backs up to this property. I met Chris, a super nice guy. I've been at my residence for 30 years. My parents live next door to me. I know everybody up and down the street. Been a member at Easter Church Club for 30 years. A business owner in the family for almost 100 years, and I've owned my business 35 years. I have absolutely no problem with this gentleman building his building there, especially since I'm from Shreveport, been here all my life. And the last thing we need is anybody leaving Shreveport that wants to build in Shreveport, improve, and start paying tax dollars. So if it's going to affect anybody, it's me. He's right in my backyard. I knew the previous owners, very nice people, took care of their place. Older gentleman that passed away, his wife was there, and I think the son lives there now. Very nice people. I know everybody up and down my street. There's nobody that I know of that's going to oppose this. There was my CPA, Arnie Castellano, did this about 5 years ago, and it was a mess, if y'all remember that. And we were able. I had no problems with it then. A lot of our neighbors didn't. One neighbor had a problem that was right behind him. I did the landscape for Mr. Castellano, and we had to put up a forest back there, which he paid for, and they did a real good job. I think it's because of the way y'all do things. You don't want somebody coming in and causing trouble or devaluing anything. But as a business owner, somebody that's proud to be from Shreveport, as bad as things are here, I urge you to let this young gentleman build this building and move on, because it would send a sign to everybody here that's saying pretty bad things about Shreveport. And I don't think y'all can afford to allow that to happen. He's a super nice gentleman. I remember when I was that young, and I built my building in Cedar Grove, and I'm proud of that. But if y'all have any questions for me, I've got a business card. You can call me up. But I really think that would be a good decision for y'all to approve this.
Well, we thank you for coming.
Thank
I
you,
think
sir.
When you say that, I think you mean build his business. You said building.
Build his business there. He's
Yes.
going to build a building, but he's going to bring his family and kids and pay taxes. He's building a business.
Yeah, but you were saying build a building. That's why I wanted to make sure.
Well, is it going to have a building there? That's what I'm saying. He's going to build a building,
Okay.
if I'm understanding you. Did you, is that right? He's going to build a building?
I'm not sure. Is that part of the request, staff? I didn't
The
think
part-
so.
And I'll let Stephen go in depth. The only thing that's in front of you right now is the rezoning. He has
Okay,
not
thank you
submitted
very much.
anything for site
Oh, well, I
plan.
mean, I think his intentions are he's going to put something there and have a business there. Not, it won't be his house.
Okay,
And I don't have a problem with that.
all right.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank
Is there
y'all.
anyone else present care to speak in favor?
I get to breathe. I'm John Lorick with Remax Commercial Real Estate. I represent the seller, and I would like to encourage you to approve this because of the fact that the seller has fallen on some difficult times. The building is in very, very poor shape, as Mr. Clark referenced. We have tried to help maintain just keeping the grass up and general cleaning. Just, I live out there, so I'd like to see that. This would be a credit to the community. It would be a credit to those going into the country club. I think we have no opposition. There's only one other house between Stewart and Florno Lucas that is actually on Ellaby Road. That's a residence. And that gentleman, at some point in time, plans to try to sell for commercial also. The lots next door with Mr. Nicely, Mr. Costanello, they're holding those for the purpose of commercial development. I think it'll be a credit to be able to have a new facility there, to have a tax base that's much better than what we're experiencing right now. And we certainly appreciate your consideration. Any questions I might be able to answer?
Address for the records.
Pardon?
Your address for
My address, I'm sorry, 10555 Ellaby Road, Shreveport.
All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Anyone else care to speak in favor?
Hello, how's everybody doing today? My name is Andrew Cordero. I'm the applicant's real estate agent with Coldwell Banker, address 8805 Line Avenue, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71106. Like the applicant and two other speakers mentioned, he's requesting zoning change to C1, which is the least invasive commercial zoning, C1, for the purpose of medical zoning, which physical therapy falls under. And like John just mentioned, these property owners adjoining, although these are currently zoned residential, they're owned by Costanello and the Niceleys, which they have plans for commercial in the future. So I would imagine they'd be rezoning these or applying to rezone those in the near future. So these 5 lots that back up to the frontage on Ellerby Road, Mr. Fleming, he owns this property. His parents own this one. Chris has reached out to these 3 property owners. They're all in favor. And then there's an additional 6 lots right here that already back up to C1 zoning. CPA office, Willite Solar, Bank of Coshada. Do you have a more zoomed out aerial of that? Okay. Yeah, do you mind putting that on? It's difficult to see, but so as you see right here, these 11 houses, 6 out of the 11 already abut to commercial zoning. And then as you know, you go further south on Ellerby and you have heavy commercial zoning, C3, C4, Kroger Marketplace, where Chris is currently located. So as you go further south, you get into more of the heavy commercial zoning. On top of it being a corner property, it's actually five-lane state highway, 2 lanes in each direction and a turning lane. So I think it makes perfect sense for commercial zoning here, considering the traffic count that's already at the corner.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone else care to speak?
Hey,
in
Andrew?
favor?
Andrew
sorry?
here, Chris Alberson over here.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. Are there any houses that are still residential on those lots right there? Looking at an aerial, I can't tell how old it is. Is it?
Yeah, do you mind switching back? So Arnie Costanello owns this wooded lot right here. The Nicely's purchased these 2 lots. There was a residential structure on this one that has been recently torn down, and then there is still I'm not sure if someone's living in it, but I believe there is a house right here. And then you go to Willite Solar, Kenny Antes Building, Bank of Coshada, and then Arnie Costanello. So this would be the only one I'm not sure about.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, anyone else care to speak in favor? Is there anyone present who care to speak in opposition to this request? Any opposition to this request? Seeing none, I don't feel necessary for a rebuttal. At this particular time, sir, we'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion
Joseph.
to approve by
Second.
Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Second.
Second by Mr. Marissa. Thank you. All in favor, please vote. Motion passed. Thank you very much. At this particular time, we'll go to case number 20-12-P. All right, Mr. Jake, it's your turn.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Pallant. I'm a planner with the Shreveport Metropolitan Planning Commission. This is case 2012P. The applicant is Walker Alley and Associates, property owned by Gator and Friends. This property is located at 5948 North Market Street. It's approximately 1,165 feet northwest of Roy Road. The property, the applicant wants to rezone this property from RA, which is rural agricultural, to C1, neighborhood commercial, in order to establish a medical office on this property for outpatient only. After evaluating this property with some of the nearby development, there is some OR nearby, some C1 further down North Market Street. It is consistent with existing development. Thus, we do believe as staff that approval of this is warranted. Alternatively, you can deny the case or approve an alternative zoning designation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone present who care to speak in favor of case number 20-12-P? Please give us your name and address, please, sir.
Chris Stokes, 425 Market Street, Suite 1000, Shreveport 71105. I represent the new owner who has bought the property, the North Caddo Medical Center up in Vivian. They are the buyer. They are would like to put a clinic on this property, outpatient only. I've submitted a site plan. I don't know if y'all have any of that. And they are trying to get started and get moving as quickly as they can. They bought the property prior to the rezoning because they are in such a hurry. And obviously, they would like to be in place to administer the COVID vaccine. And that's the whole reason, in that they can provide health care for the rural area, which this still is. It's growing. Certainly the town of Blanchard is doing well and growing. The MPC approved a super Walmart out there a few years ago, and this place has kind of grown exponentially since then. And this is going to help provide health care for those folks. Again, this is outpatient only.
All right, Mr. Stokes, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Stokes? Any questions? Well, sir, thank you very much. Is there anyone else present who care to speak in favor of this request? Anyone else present who would care to speak in favor of this request? Is there anyone present who care to speak in opposition to this request? Any opposition to this request?
Janet Orndorff, my address is 5947. I live directly across from this property. And I guess my main concern is the added traffic that this is going to entail. I don't know that I'm really in opposition of it. I understand that, you know, we're all in favor of progress for the area. I'm just concerned about the added traffic. I work in Vivian. I know about North Caddo Medical Center. You know, I travel to Vivian every day. You know, you know, I work for Citizens Bank. You know, I'm just concerned about the added traffic. You know, I see the traffic that comes and goes at various times. I know about COVID. I know that we all need the vaccines. I know that we need to be aware of what's coming. The shots need to be administered. You know, like I said, I see the traffic, I hear the sirens all times of day and night. Like I said, I'm just very concerned about the added traffic. I have a new grandchild. You know, I just don't know about this. The homeowners that live up and down this stretch of highway have been there for 30 plus years. You know, these people have had these homes for many, many years. You know, this has not been something that they have, you know, sold these properties. You know, that's my biggest concern, you know, is the added traffic on that highway. And this highway, even with 49, you know, I know 49 is a thoroughfare, you know, and it's already brought more traffic to this stretch of highway. And I know that we've got more things coming. But, you know, and the crime rate, you know, it's brought more crime to this area too. So those are my two concerns. Like I said, I don't say that I'm for it or against it, but that's my two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else present who care to speak in opposition? Anyone care to speak in opposition? Before we call Mr. Stokes back up, Chris, I think I said that right. Mr. Clark, Mr. Jean, would you care to address it? She had concerns about traffic.
Yes, sir. Two things. One is this particular use is a very low traffic generating use. It's one of the lowest generating uses there are. It's not a destination. It's not like having a retail establishment or some other uses that would be much higher. There are those that are in the area. It's not going to draw a large number of people to the area. And additionally, from a traffic safety standpoint, the Department of Transportation District 4 office has already been consulted about the locations of the driveways and to make sure they're in the safest location, that it would not affect traffic safety.
All right, thank you very much.
What is the recommendation from the staff?
To approve.
Any other questions from Mr. Jean? Mr. Stokes, you have the privilege of coming out if you choose to. All right, thank you. Very good. At this particular time, any comments or questions from board members? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion. Please state your name so I know who you are.
Motion to approve,
Motion
Joseph.
to approve.
All right, Commissioner Newbert, motion to approve, second by
Joseph.
Mr. Chris Joseph. All those in favor, please vote. Motion's carried. Thank you very much. This particular time, our next case is case number 20-16. I believe Ms. Carrera will be giving us some brief information relative to that request.
Hi, good afternoon. Alice Gray with the Shreveport Planning Commission. The case, as you stated, is 20-16-P. The address is 8595 Greenwood Spring Ridge Road, and the applicant is All Dogs Unleashed. The applicant is requesting redesignation of an 11.5-acre rural agricultural tract to a rural agricultural planned unit development to allow a dog training facility along with an existing residence. The base zoning will remain rural agricultural RA. There's an existing indoor dog kennel structure that was used by a previous owner for multiple dogs. An additional structure and fenced area would be added for this use. In addition to the allowance of the use, the applicant is requesting ordinance relief for reduced parking due to the small number of staff that they have and the fact that most of the dogs for training will be picked up from and brought back to the owner. There wouldn't be customer traffic coming back and forth on the site. The other relief that he's requesting is to allow a 10-foot high fence around the training area for enhanced safety. As conditions for the allowance of the use, a solid screen of shrubs will be installed on the outside of that training area fence as an additional buffer between the residences that are to the south and the east of the property. Broken sections of the fence on the south perimeter will be repaired. The street frontage of the property is going to be enhanced with additional trees, and the existing mature trees and pond are going to remain to keep the rural residential character of the property. The proposed use complies with all of the use standard regulations, including restricted hours of outdoor activity for the dog training, and so based on the existing rural residential and agricultural character of the area, the size of the property, the small scale of the operation, and the mitigations that are going to be put in place, the staff is determined that approval of this PUD is warranted. Any questions?
All right, thank you. At this particular time, we'll invite the applicant present or a representative for this particular case, 20-16-P. Please state your name and mailing address for the record.
Good afternoon, I'm Troy Phillips. Address is the same location I'm trying to rezone, 8595 Greenwood Spring Ridge Road. I currently own All Dogs Unleashed, which I've operated for about 2.5 years here in Shreveport, in Shreve City at 1240 Shreveport Barksdale Highway. Like I said, I've been there about 2.5 years. I have neighbors directly 40 feet behind my door. Haven't had any complaints. No dogs get out. I understand my neighbors' concerns about the fence. I currently just purchased this property approximately 2 months ago. So I'm waiting on the zoning before I make any repairs to make sure that it's accepted and approved before I do those repairs and then have to change something due to those layouts. So with that, I am a disabled veteran. I totally understand regulations, rules. I am a rule follower. It's not just about the safety of my dogs, it is the safety of the neighbors, residents. Where the dogs are located, they're gonna be in the back kind of center of my property. There will be at least 2, maybe 3 in some areas, other fences that they even have to get through before they get out. Dogs are supervised at all times during that time. Dogs are not left unattended, okay? So we will close up. We close shop about 5 o'clock. Dogs won't be out much after that. 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, dogs will be in runs just to use the restroom and brought back in by 10 o'clock, which I currently do, and once again with no complaints from any neighbors in the last 2.5 years. Part of the reason I bought this property is because of the location. I searched and searched and searched for it. I understood that she had a bunch of dogs there for many years. I don't know her background as far as I understand now that she was breeding her in the past, okay? Hers weren't trained dogs. I don't bring aggressive dogs necessarily to my facility. Mine is basic obedience, to come, sit, place, walk on leash without pulling. Aggressive dogs, I usually go to people's homes for that, okay? They're evaluated before they come in as well. So as far as vicious, aggressive, that is very limited as far as what comes on. Traffic-wise, traffic will be very limited, as Miss Alice stated, is that we usually pick up the dogs and we drop off the dogs, okay, at the client's homes. Some do come to us and drop them off. So there is a little bit of traffic. My driveway is about 30 feet wide. I think they mentioned it had to be about 26 wide. We're asking that it continue to be at 30 feet as well, Because that traffic on Greenwood is pretty high, okay, with those big trucks driving up and down. There's some kind of oil rig or a fracking rig across the street or something. So it just gives us a chance, more safety, not just for my customers and myself, but for my residents as well. It allows us to see more as we come in and out. It's not obstructed in any way, but it just makes it more for a clear path on that speed limit of 55 miles an hour. Somebody just hit a cow in front of my street about 2-3 weeks ago. Okay, so it just gives us a better chance to prevent any accidents of any kind in the future. We did talk to Mrs. Woodson when we first moved in with my realtor friend. He's also here and he'll speak. She thought it was a great idea for this to move in because she understands the property wasn't kept up. I'm there to do that. I just recently moved in. I work 10, 12 hours, 7 days a week. I'm dedicated to my job and keeping everybody safe and doing things the right way. And I will make the changes I need. I've agreed to the trees, the shrubs. I'll do whatever I have to do to make sure that this goes through. A gentleman mentioned earlier, there's a lot of businesses leaving Shreveport. I'm actually here from Colorado and I'm hoping to keep this running, okay? We need the business. Shreveport needs a business like this for their dogs and pets. The animal controls are overloaded, things like that. That's why I'm here. Okay. Any questions for me?
All right, sir. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
You're quite welcome. Anyone else here care to speak in favor of this request?
My name's Quentin Corey. I'm his realtor. My address is 4927 Long Street Place. I'm actually from Bossier City, but as you can imagine, I do a lot of business in Shreveport. Many of my clients, more than half this year, are all from Shreveport. I'm also a disabled veteran, which is why it was a pleasure to work with him. I apologize. I get choked up, and that picture I have outside walking in here gets me because I got friends on there. But working with him was special to me, specifically because we did our due diligence. As soldiers, we plan and we execute. What we did was finding this property. We searched and searched and searched, just like you said we did. When we found this property, of course, it was already set up in it for many, many years. I think 10 to 12, maybe 15 years. It was there for dog breeding. When we got there, it was like, well, this is great. We didn't make a decision just off of that. We actually went back to this property on 3 different occasions, taking measurements, doing different things to see if this was actually the right fit of what we needed. Doing that due diligence before we just said, this is it, and we're going to spend $500,000 on this lot to buy it. What really pushed it over the edge is we actually got to speak to Ms. Woodson, which is if you're facing the property, it's to the right of his property. And we sat there for maybe 30 minutes and told her what the plan was, what we were going to be doing. And at that time, she just like, well, that's great. I'm glad somebody's finally going to be here to take care of the property. That's going to be great. So when we deliberated on figuring out how we wanted to move forward, that was a big factor. It was like, okay, we got a neighbor that's going to be okay with this. And then, as far as from the Planning Commission, the things that need to be done, we all agree, and I've had many conversations with him. He wants to be a good neighbor. I mean, the discussions that we've had, anything he needs to do to make sure that those neighbors feel safe and his employees feel safe, that's definitely what the direction he wants to move in. Also, as far as, I heard property value or traffic or devaluing property. This property 12 years ago was $370,000. He paid $95,000 more for it 2 months ago. So property values won't go down and aren't going down, especially over in that area with the areas he has. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. If y'all have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them. I appreciate the privilege to get to speak in front of you guys today.
All right, sir. Any questions for Mr. Corey?
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
I may have misheard earlier, but just out of curiosity, is this just like obedience training for dogs, or just like pet therapy, dog therapy?
Exactly.
Dog?
He has them for 2 weeks at a time. And again, if you want to add to this, Troy, he has them for 2 weeks at a time, and he does sit, stay, walk.
May I stand up?
Well,
No,
It's just basic obedience training. So he gets the dog. Most of them are probably young, or even if they're old, he can get them at any point. He has them for 2 weeks. He gives them back to the client. He also, like I said, he goes to their house. He was talking about aggressive dogs. If they're aggressive dogs, he makes a plan for him to go to those houses to do the training that's necessary, so he doesn't have a vicious dog that can damage the other dogs, or like you said, maybe hurt one of his employees. So.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion's carried.
All right. Anyone else present who care to speak in favor of this request? Anyone else present care to speak in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr.
I
Clark.
just must make sure, because we have people outside the chambers, and I've seen the deputies bringing in slips requesting to speak, and make sure that you're getting that information and those citizens are not being denied an opportunity to speak.
All right, sir.
I don't
Is
know
there-
if you're getting that information. I've seen them giving that information to Marquia, but I would not like for a citizen to be sitting out there wanting to speak on this case and not have an opportunity to come forward.
Well, I'm going to prevail on one of you to help us work that out while we're on this particular case. Thank you.
And we'll check on every case.
That would be great. Do we know if Miss Bessie is plugged in or not while he's checking on this one?
She will not make it.
Thank you, ma'am.
There are none, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing no one else who care to speak in favor or there persons present who would care to speak in opposition to this request. The first individual has 10 minutes, and the following individual behind that receive 3 minutes time. Please share with us your name, address, please.
My name is Jacqueline Sue Woodson. I live at 8988 Meadow Creek Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana, 71129. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to express my concerns on zoning case 20-16-P. All of my neighbors have expressed their concerns and have contacted the Metropolitan Planning Commission and Caddo Parish Commissioner Ken Epperson, which you should have copies of pictures and of our concerns. This is a very quiet and tranquil, peaceful neighborhood. My late husband and I moved here close to 30 years ago to escape the traffic, the noise of the city, and the hustle and bustle. To be able to watch the wildlife from our patio while enjoying our morning coffee or an afternoon beverage. We raised our children here, and now my grandchildren love being able to visit and play in the same setting as their mothers did. Most everyone living within this neighborhood have been here 30 or more years and are now retired. We have been very fortunate with not having to worry about traffic or crime. I feel this proposed zoning change would create an atmosphere not conducive to the true present-day setting. My personal property, the backyard, 855 feet, borders this property line. The present-day building and kennels are only about 50 feet from my property line, where his personal dogs stay now. They know every time I open my back door, walk in my yard, or attempt to enjoy the patio. These dogs run the fence and bark as long as I am outside. My grandchildren are afraid to drive the golf cart in the pasture. By allowing Mr. Phillips to have a boarding/training facility will only cause more barking and chaos. There is also the concern of dog owners and dogs coming and going, fencing in need of repair, dogs getting loose and chasing other livestock, children, or some of us older owners. There are also the concerns of the devaluation of our property. I understand Mr. Phillips expressed this property was a dog training center by its previous owner. I have a letter from the previous owner stating it was never used for commercial training center, only for her personal dogs, which she showed. Please help us keep and maintain the integrity of our neighborhood and deny this zone change request. The business would be better suited in a location without neighbors. And I do want to say for record, when I talked to both of them, the realtor and Mr. Phillips, I did say that it would be nice for someone to take care of the neighborhood, but I also voiced my concern about barking dogs. Any questions?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any
Ma'am,
questions?
yeah, I have a question. So you said that you talked to the other neighbors.
Yes.
So
None of them are in favor. They're all, they don't.
And we got that.
Yes, y'all should have that in your records. I sent them.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodson. Anyone else present who care to speak in opposition to this request? Anyone else present who care to speak in opposition to this request?
Good afternoon.
Sir, would you mind removing your hat if you don't mind?
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
My name is Gilbert Hayes. I live at 8885 Shirley Francis. My property is about 100 yards from the property we're questioning about. And basically, I do know dogs. And put it this way, I'm like the other young lady. Basically, an ambulance goes by. If you lived in town, it goes and it's gone for a while. You ever seen dogs seeing a mouse or a rat or anything like that? It can bark for hours and hours and hours, and it doesn't know anything about. Dogs don't know the difference between daylight and dark. So you're taking a neighborhood, you know, I'd love to see a business because I know Shreveport and Bossier needs businesses. I'd love to see a business there, but I don't think the neighborhood should suffer from dog noise. In other words, if there's any way he could soundproof it where we wouldn't have to hear the dogs, that would be wonderful. But I think, say, you know, you're taking, like the lady said, right now we have wildlife and everything else and it's nice and calm. Can you imagine having 20 or 30 dogs barking nonstop, day and night? So, thank you for your time.
All right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Day. Anyone else present who care to speak in opposition? Anyone else present care to speak in opposition? At this time, Mr. Phillips, would you care to make a rebuttal in reference to comments?
Hello again, and thank you again. As Mrs. Woodson says, I
What I want you to
do.
do for it, so I want you to give us your name and address.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
And
sorry.
we'd like for you to talk to us.
Yep. So Troy Phillips, 8595 Greenwood Spring Ridge Road, in Shreveport, Louisiana, 71129. As Mrs. Woodson mentioned about my personal dog is there during the day right now while I'm gone because, as I said, I'm working a lot of hours back and forth. My dog is in a run right now, which is not touching the fence line that she's even talking about. So there's still 2 barriers even between there. My dog has not gotten out. The only time my dogs are out is if I'm outside with them. Okay, so there are other barriers there. It's not just one. On the site plan, I showed that I am going to construct up to a 10-foot fence around where the dogs are. That sound barrier. We're also going to plant more. Thank you so much. We're also going to plant more shrubs and stuff for sound barrier around the side here where the whole fenced area is going to be. Mrs. Woodson's property is here over on the side. Okay, this is the fence line that she's talking about right here. My dogs are currently in little runs right here that are fenced off from that fence, which I'm also going to build that other extra barrier around to keep the dogs as a secondary. Okay, there are 2 different fences to keep them out just in case. As I said, where I currently am, we've had no issues with any of that, and I have a 6-foot fence and neighbors 40 feet behind me and no complaints. Let's see here. I talked about the prison. Dogs, the barking, stuff like that. That's what part of the dogs are there for training for. I'm going to build up. I'm going to build that property according to the zoning site plans that we've done it, so we can minimize that. It can be done. All Dogs Unleashed has about 13 facilities around the country right now. Many people operate in settings of what I'm doing, and it is feasible for me to run a business and the neighbors be happy as well.
All right. Board members, any questions for Mr. Phillips?
I have 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Newman.
How many personal dogs do you have now?
I have 4.
Okay.
I have 3 Great Danes and a Belgian Malinois myself.
Okay. And what is the maximum capacity of the proposed facility?
It's approximately 15 is what it would be at one time.
In addition to your 4?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Board members, any more questions for Mr. Phillips? All right, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Ms.
No,
Cooper.
I don't have a question for him, but I do have a question for one of our staff.
Please.
One of the time, okay. In the first page of the report, under remarks, on the first paragraph, it's mentioned that animal care facilities are normally not permitted in commercial, except in commercial and industrial zoning districts. So which level of the commercial would they normally be of right? Like C1, C2, C3? If y'all know.
Well, I don't have that up, I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I cannot honestly answer this. I think my certificate where I am now is a C3.
Oh, your current?
Where I'm currently at, yes,
So
ma'am.
C3, we think might be the lowest commercial level where it's allowed of right?
That would be, but that's why we proposed a planned unit development.
Right. I'm just
In order to-
wondering
yeah.
what we're kind of comparing it to.
In order to mitigate some of the negative impacts of the residential zoning equating to the C3 zoning.
Right, and so the mitigation would be fencing,
The planning, the landscaping, the soundproof, and she's back now, so she can share some more information with you if you would allow her. Down at the speaker stand.
And I am reading about it, I just don't know how much of it's on the record.
I have a question for you. So how many people are you going to employ for this business?
I've got 3 employees currently. So I'm going to have a maximum of about 3, maybe 2, because I can reduce my employees once I'm on the property, which also when I'm on the property, it helps with my personal dogs, all that, because I'm not gone 12 hours out of the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any more questions? Staff?
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes, sir.
It was a special use permit in C1, and it was permitted in C2 and C3.
C2, it's permitted of right? Okay, thanks.
And Alice is here if you have any more questions. She can give you some more insight on what we did to try to mitigate the negative impacts.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Phillips, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Board members, at this particular time, are there any more questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, I would
Yes,
just
sir.
like to submit to you that they're in your packet, you had 5 letters of opposition, and the parish commissioner from District 12, Commissioner Ken Epperson, had called in to voice his opposition to this application. He wanted you to be aware of that.
All right, sir. All right, at this particular time, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm still reading.
Elberson, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Elberson. Do we have a second?
Newbert, second.
We have a second by Commissioner Newbert. All those in favor, vote yes. On opposition, vote no.
Colvin's out.
I'm sorry?
He stepped out. Does that matter?
Dale.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Thank you for calling that to my attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the motion carries. Thank you very much. At this particular time, Mr. Clark, I will invite you to make any comments you care to on item 15 and 16 cases 20-146C and 20-14-P. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this was an opportunity that the staff felt that we could try to correct a problem that was developing in a subdivision, Lakeside on Long Lake, in that the lots in that particular subdivision basically are 10,000 square foot lots. And prior to the UDC being developed, we had the zoning class, I think it was R1C, where the minimum class was, minimum lot size was 9,000 square feet. So we were trying to be creative and come up with a way, instead of these lots that are 9,000 square foot being non-conforming, although it would not restrict the property owners from doing any buildings or additions or anything on the lots. We were trying to come up with a way for these lots to be conforming lots. And that's why we had submitted the application on behalf of the staff to rezone these lots to R17. What happened was that the residents of the subdivisions were not in agreement with us, and they shared their disagreement with us, and we're going to ask that both of these be deferred and continue to allow us to come up with another solution to present to you in order to make these lots conforming lots.
All right, sir. Any comments from board members before we proceed with this particular motion? At this particular time, before we act on this, I want to invite any persons present who care to speak in favor of this particular request. Please come forward, give us your name and address.
Hello, everybody. I'm Robert Aiello. I'm the developer for Lakeside on Long Lake. There was a little bit of confusion initially by the HOA. They thought we were trying to basically develop lots that were 7,000 square feet. What really was trying to happen was the city was trying to correct a problem. The lots that I'm currently proposing in Unit 7 are all 10,000 square foot or greater, really 10,400 square feet or greater. They're identical to lots in Unit 4 and 6 that are adjacent to the subdivision. After we discussed this with the HOA and basically explained what was trying to happen, the HOA followed up with a letter later the same day, basically approving what we were proposing, or what the city was proposing, which is to rezone these lots from R112 to R17, which R17 again would make the existing lots conform with the zoning regulations. I have no intention of developing anything different than what we have done for the last 20 years and that are adjacent to lots Unit 7, which is Unit 4 and Unit 6. I know right now today the landowner representative is here and would also like to speak, and he has also been advised by the HOA to speak on their behalf and basically say they're in favor of this change to R17 as long as there's a restriction, a deed restriction, when they sell the land to me, to restrict the lot size to 10,400 feet or greater, which would be consistent with all the development we've done to this point on the adjacent property. So instead of deferring it, I'd really think I'd like to discuss this a little deeper if that's possible, and ask for a vote on y'all's behalf to either rezone the property to R17 or turn it down, because it basically will interfere with the progress that we're moving forward with the development. And again, I think this is more of a clerical issue, and it came to light when we submitted the plat for Unit 7, because everything in the past had been 9,000 square feet or greater. All the lots, again, are 10,400 square feet or greater, and it was pointed out, that R112 is 12,000 feet or greater, and we've done away with the 9,000 square foot designation that existed prior to the UDC being changed. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. I know it's a little bit complicated, but again, this is the same exact lots that we've done for the last 2 units, again proposed for Unit 7. And I think the confusion was brought up because the HOA they thought we were truly trying to make smaller lots than are already existing in the subdivision. And an email blast went out, and that generated a bunch of emails that were negative because they didn't understand why we were doing it and what the limitations were by the landowner.
Any questions for Mr. Aiello before we,
I have a comment, I'm not sure it's for him, but did we not discuss yesterday that there is no square footage between, it goes from 12,000 on an R112
Right.
to 7,000 on an R17, and there's nothing in between
Right.
zoning?
You eliminated a category, which that category was the category that we had used prior for both the units prior to that. And again, all the lots were larger than 9,000 square feet, but they were smaller than 12,000 square feet. And we've just kind of arbitrarily picked 10,400 square feet is the smallest lot in Unit 4 and 6. And the landowner, and I'm happy to agree, they're going to deed restrict the property to not allow me to do anything smaller than a 10,400 square foot lot. You've already gotten a proposed plat that I've submitted for Unit 7 for 54 lots that show very clearly what my intentions are, and that's the only thing I want to do. They're also restricting the number of lots as well as square footage in the deed.
Okay.
It'll be 54 lots that are 10,400 square feet or greater.
All right, at this point, Mr. Clark, now that it's clear as mud to me, if you wouldn't mind making any comments at this time so that we can get some kind of understanding.
We really, our only desire, Mr. Chair, and the board was to address the concerns of the many citizens that have called the office. Mr. Pallant is there. He's received a lot of the calls. I've received some calls. There are letters of opposition in your packet of concerns about property owners. And the only reason we were asking for a deferral, because we are the applicants. We made a application to change the zoning, not the homeowners association or anyone else. We made the application in order to come up with possibly another zoning classification that would be for the 10,000 square feet, 10,000 square foot lot, or the 10,004 square foot lot, so that these lots would never be allowed to build anything to satisfy the neighborhood under that 10,000 square foot plateau. And we had, because of the widespread opposition that the neighbors from the subdivisions had expressed to us, we had immediately started working toward presenting something to you next month that would address that concern.
I think that this deed restriction is by far an easier way to handle your concern. And again, the discussion, the landowner discussed it with the HOA board. Jim Dotson is specifically the person that sent the email out that created the confusion. He followed it up that evening with a corrective email that basically approved I'll call it the conclusion or the options that we presented. I just think by waiting, and again, I'm not trying to rush the process, but it would seem like to me that if you were asked to approve a subdivision that was identical to the two previous units that we've already developed, that wouldn't be a very difficult thing. I mean, same restrictive covenants on the building, the square footage is the same on the houses. There's even a provision in the restrictive covenants that does not allow anyone, including myself, to re-subdivide a lot and make any more than 54 lots. It's a 54 lot subdivision. The smallest lot's going to be 10,400 square feet. No different than anything else that we've done prior. I've been there 20 years developing. I have no intentions of doing anything adverse. I've got another unit to do. After this, I'd like to, continue the good success we've had with the same product.
All right, Ms. Cooper.
Mr. Clark, like all zoning requests, change requests, this will still have to go before the council or the commission, correct?
Right.
So between now and then, could not those clarifications be publicized?
I think that, and I understand, and the decision rests with the board. We are trying to facilitate the concerns of the citizens. We got no follow-up letters, and the comments have continued to come in today in reference to their opposition to our desire to downzone, reduce the square footage requirements of the lot.
Mr. Clark,
If you would allow me to finish, sir.
I'm sorry.
We would stand by our position that we would like to correct this situation for all future applications that would possibly come in. But that's a decision that you make. We made an application to you for that specific reason only. And we still stand by that everything that Mr. Aiello is stating are civil matters. We are trying to correct something that we actually would be responsible for enforcing.
How long would that administrative process take?
I mean, we would have something to bring back to you next month. And then it would go through, there are lots part of the lots are in the city, part of the lots are in the parish, and then probably after 2 readings, the new zoning class would be adopted.
What would happen if we approved this at this time? Would that be detrimental to the zoning classification, or if we approved it?
Our discussion over here is that if you approve it, you allow, and all of the things he's talking about are private civil agreements. If you approve it and someone else assumes ownership, they would be able to do 7,000 square foot lots. If we correct it, regardless to what happens, what transpires, the minimum lots would be the square footage that we come up with.
If there's a deed restriction, the deed restriction survives me. It affects every person in the chain of title after me. Also, there is a letter that the HOA sent to Jake, basically from the directors stating that they approved of what was going on, which was the rezoning of the property to R17 from R12.
Are you, in development, are we talking about you're building the homes on each property? What does that look like? What are your...
We are building the houses as well as the streets. We put in all the horizontal development as well as vertical development. And again, this deed restriction affects everyone beyond myself. I think it wouldn't hurt to maybe let the landowner also, express his opinion about, this is a development we've been working on since 2000. It's a master plan. And again, nothing's changed. The only thing changed was the UDC changed and eliminated a category that we were working within. And
so you don't envision selling off a lot without a dwelling on it?
There will be there could be if I sold a lot to an individual, the individual would be governed by the restrictive covenants that are recorded against the property that I enforce. And they've been in place since 2000. It limits the size of the house. It can't be below a certain heated square footage. And again, the landowner right now is restricting me to a minimum lot size of 10,400, which exceeds your 7,000 requirement and limits me to only doing 54 lots. So, I mean, I couldn't come back and say, well, I decide I'm going to re-subdivide this lot and make it 7,000 square feet because they create more lots, and that's against the deed restriction. That'd be a violation on my part.
I got you. Thank you.
And I guess my real thing is that it's December right now. The prime time to develop and build houses and lots is spring. Any delay that I have just pushes me into the summer outside of the selling season, and then I just miss a whole year basically. And we did not anticipate this glitch. When we submitted the plat initially for Unit 7, it was identical to Unit 4 and 6, which was using the 9,000 square foot criteria, and just it was brought to our attention that, that's been eliminated. we've got to change that. So we thought, we went and talked to Mr. Clark and Mr. Jean, and they offered to help us with this and didn't feel like it was going to be a real issue. But again, it was just a little bit of misinformation created this turmoil, but it has been solved completely.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I just got an opinion from the parish attorney, and part of this application is in Caddo Parish, part of it is in the city of Shreveport. And his opinion, and you can ask him yourself, but his opinion is that if, even with the deed restrictions, there are possibilities that someone could build, someone could plant a lot smaller than up to 7,000 square feet. This is why we're just trying to correct a mistake that was made by the UDC in eliminating that middle lot size that we feel that will make this a corrected effort for the long term. It clears up everything as far as what comes through this office was approved in this office, and how the plats are done, and going forth. I think that we have a good idea, a good approach to addressing something. We've amended the UDC where there were shortcomings ever since 2017, and this would be a good corrective action that we could take to correct this minor deficiency.
All right, sir. All right. Any more questions for this gentleman?
When was the plat submitted?
2 or 3 months ago. Basically, I have preliminary approval, if not final approval, but I have preliminary approval on that.
We cannot do final approval because the lots are not, this is why we're going through this process, because of the size of the lots that are being proposed. And I think that really makes it as clear as mud, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Someone else care to speak in favor of this request?
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Russo, 8912 Crestville Road, Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm the general counsel for OK LLC, which is the owner of all this land. We've been working with Robert and the Simons for decades, developing all this. And when I talked to the HOA, they were unaware that we had not yet conveyed the property to Robert Aiello. And so I talked to Jake Pallant, and we talked about imposing the deed restrictions. And the HOA, and I set out an explanation, which I think should have been transmitted to the members, of how the process was suggested to work. And it's the restrictions we're going to impose are actually stronger. He can only have 20% of the lots, not less than 10-4. 80% of the lot, or 70% of the lots, it's 30% of the lots, not less than 10-4. 70% of the lots have to be over 11,000 square feet. There's one more piece to be developed below that actually fronts on the lake. There's no plan for any of those lots to be smaller than 12,000 square feet. So that the next rezoning that would be coming before you would to be R112. My concern, we're definitely going to impose these restrictions. I spoke to the board members. They would have come but for the condition of the COVID virus. I spoke to Scott Massey and Jim Dodson, who were the two leading board members. Their board, after we explained this, said they were in favor of this zoning approval. I'm a little concerned. You know, time is of the essence. I mean, we're not, the problem is interest rates are low, the season is right. What you're doing is talking about changing the UDC or some kind of, you're going to have to go through this process of fixing something that is an oversight. We've got this solved. What I would like Mr. Clark to do is find out if anybody is still here to speak in opposition to this, because like I said, Jim Dotson and Scott Massey are two of the leading members of the board. They said they clearly are in favor of this, and they welcomed me to represent that to the board. So I'd like to know if there are still any people, because they did send out an email saying that this solved the concern. And I was told today by Mr. Dotson that he has not heard one negative comment since we sent our solution to the homeowners. I can assure you, we as the owners are not going to allow the re-subdivision to anything less than what we're going to restrict it to, because it wouldn't inure to our benefit either, and we still have other land to develop. So I'm a little concerned that if we push this on, time kills deals. You've got record low interest rates, you've got record home sales, you've got record building going on. All of that can end in a heartbeat. So I would ask that if Mr. Clark could see if anybody is still here to speak in opposition, or if has there been a diminishment in the opposition that's been transmitted through email, mail, whatever, that occurred after the date that Jim Dotson, we sent our explanation and Jim Dotson sent the, stand down order to all the homeowners. So one question is, are there any people here to speak in opposition? So having said that, does anybody have a question for me? If not, I'll sit down and let you all.
I just had one question.
Okay.
Mr. Clark. We have the deed restrictions and so forth. And I guess will you be enforcing those deed restrictions and ensuring that those deed restrictions are adhered to?
Here's, Mr. Clark, what I have asked. The one thing, I have a conflict of interest. I'm actually a lot owner in Lakeside, and I also represent the developer. And I am going to prepare these restrictions. The one thing I asked the HOA to do, and they said they would do, is they're going to have a lawyer that represents.
I'm listening to everything you say.
You're better than I am. I can't do two things at once. But they're going to have a lawyer that represents them. I am specifically going to put into the deed that the Lakeside on Long Lake HOA has the authority to enforce these restrictions. And once this plat gets of record, I don't know how they would, for them to subdivide a lot, they'd have to come before you, right? And the other thing I think, I don't know, you're the one that filed the application. If we approve this, why don't you file an application, still file your application to put in a 9,000-foot limit? We're not going to oppose it.
We are going to go forward with our desire to correct this discrepancy. But I'd just like to share to you that we've been informed that there have been 4 more letters of opposition that have been filed today.
4?
Not today?
Not today? There are 4 letters total?
Yeah, there were just 4 letters total that I received.
There's hundreds of lots out there.
We're well familiar with the subdivision.
Mr. Ayala says 236 lots. Okay.
Just having discussions.
Were they filed?
We're still the applicants, and we have not.
Were they filed before this agreement that y'all came to, or after?
I'd have to let Mr. Pallant discuss that. My understanding is, I can tell you that the members of the Homeowners Association have heard no pushback since the solution was emailed. And they have a very good communication system. Everybody in the HO, all the homeowners and then some, there are a lot of people on their broadcast list. So there's a tremendous amount of communication that goes on in this neighborhood.
does board members have any more questions?
I
If you
do.
do, direct them to Mr. Clark.
I have one.
Okay.
Is it possible to approve with a stipulation of some sort today? Would that work in this scenario? It's a little over my head.
We don't really see where a stipulation would help the case for your approval. We're just asking that you support the application that we've submitted and to defer and continue until we can come up with a solution to the situation that will be long-term and have some longevity to it.
Okay, thanks.
I would
Yes.
like to just say, I was gonna ask basically the same thing. As someone that sits on this board and is also a business owner, it's hard for me to not try to figure out something that can be done today to help in this situation, because it is an administrative issue and is almost at the detriment of the applicant. And this is the reason why I was gonna pose the same question that Nancy had. Is there something we can do? Because timing is everything in the business that you're in. People move at certain times of the year, interest rates are low, and so those are just two main things, but I understand how that business works. But we have nothing we can offer today that would be a help to.
This is why we've asked you to defer and continue.
Okay.
All right. Is there anyone else who would care to speak in favor of this? Care to speak in favor?
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. All right. Is there anyone here who care to speak in opposition to this before we move forward? All right, thank you. Any comments from board members? I think what I'm hearing, unless I'm really off base, is that we're trying to fix a situation that right now, predicated on how we vote, determines that we're moving forward on hearsay as opposed to what actually is. And here again, we've been all morning, all afternoon talking about businesses and business development here in Shreveport. But one of the things that sticks in my mind is that whatever it is we're doing, we need to try to do it right the first time, because who knows what comes before us next month or the month after or the month after. And I think what I hear the staff asking is give us a chance to fix it right the first time, so that as we move forward, we won't have to deal with this. But now that's just my opinion.
I think I don't understand why it can't be fixed anyway. Like, well, we couldn't approve it, but then it could still be fixed for future applicants. Is that, I just don't think I understand it well enough, but does anyone have any?
I agree with that. I mean, we're talking about something administrative that basically something has fallen through the cracks because of it in the zoning.
I mean, I haven't gotten the feeling that the homeowners that are currently there, the current property owners, are gonna be in jeopardy because of some threatening lawsuit that could,
You can
because of a
refer
loophole
those questions to the parish attorney.
until the ordinance is fixed.
Couldn't hear you, Mr. Clark.
No, I'm just saying, you could refer those questions, direct those questions to the parish attorney. This is why we asked him to come to this meeting.
So my question would be along that lines, Nancy, what coverage does the building deed restriction that's gonna be filed by the developer offer the existing?
Hold your question. Let's get the attorney up so he can
I guess
answer
that's
this
him.
question.
Can you hear?
Yeah, he's coming.
Okay.
Would you repeat the question? It's a
Sure.
little bit hard to hear back there.
I'm not sure I know how to pose this, but I'm gonna do the best I can. The building deed restriction that's been talked about here, where do you see a rub between that and if we were to vote today to approve this R17? Where would that be a problem for the existing homeowners where they could potentially develop something less than 10,400 square feet?
I think my response to Mr. Clark's question is that the problem with the deed restriction is that it's enforced privately.
Okay, can you
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
certainly.
right. It's muffled.
Yeah, is that a deed restriction is enforced privately. That means that somebody that has the right to enforce the deed restriction has to probably file a lawsuit against a neighbor.
Okay.
And so, and it has to be, the deed restrictions would not be on any property that's already sold, of course, because having some experience with deed restrictions and HOAs, getting the approval of everybody to add a deed restriction, you know.
I've had experience with that. And it's not
Yes, ma'am. I understand. So you understand. So from the standpoint, well, but going forward, new deed restrictions, the question is, okay, who's going to enforce it? Well, it's the neighbors. And so that's the point that I raised with Mr. Clark, is that his question to me was, well, what does that mean? I said, well, yes and no. There is a mechanism to enforce the deed restrictions. It's called filing a lawsuit. That is, so there is a barrier there, a hurdle to enforcement that would not be there if it were adopted through the zoning map. Because if it's adopted through the zoning map, then the process comes through City Hall, it comes through the parish. And so it's a matter of having to affirmatively get approval from the government to do something, whereas if you simply put a deed restriction on there, then the enforcement of that is going to require the opposition to do something to enforce that, and that something would, to have any real practical effect, would have to be a lawsuit.
So then it'd be more prophylactic on the one end versus reactive on the other.
Yeah, that's well put, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
How many, to the staff, how many lots are we talking about here? I don't have that information right off from what I read yesterday.
I'll yield to Stephen, maybe Jake. The total.
Mr. Poet, Jake, could you come to the mic, please, and give us some idea how many lots?
Off the top of my head.
It's not with you? Okay.
I don't know.
I'll pull it up.
Can I make one comment?
No, sir, can't do that.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull it up, young man. I'll give you a chance in a moment in the rebuttal side.
Thank you.
Okay.
What is he doing?
Okay, it is, consists of 49 lots on one of the cases, which is the 20-14-P, and I'll look at the other one right quick. Jake, can you approach? Can you approach? Your staff report on the parish case said 49 lots. Does that include both sides or just one?
49 lots, which case, is this the?
What I've said 49 lots, you don't mention the number of lots in the city case.
The number of lots in the city case, no, this was just in general, because nothing's being platted for the city case.
Okay. So do you know the approximate count?
Do you have that report? I don't have that information at the moment, no.
For some reason, my memory is that there was about 4.
There's a total for all of the phases is
45.
112. A lot of them are already built out. So this is going to be, you know, I don't know the exact number, but it's probably less than half of that amount. That does give you a range. The total of all the lots is 112.
Okay.
One of the sections is 49 that we're dealing with now, which is on the parish side. The city side, I would guess, could be around that same number, or a little less.
I must have this confused with the neighbor.
Okay. Did you get the answer we needed on the number?
That's the best answer
No,
we
not
can give
really,
you,
but-
Mr. Chair.
Not a number. Okay, he's looking at that one.
If you look in your packet, there's a plan that shows all of the lots and which ones are not appropriately sized. If that helps you any.
Those are the ones in red?
Yes.
Okay. Which there's 8 of those in red.
And then there's, yeah. You can see the tabulation to your right that says the lot area.
I see.
You see that?
Yes, I see.
So you see how many are under the 12?
Yes,
Quite a number under the 12.
I do, yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Stephen.
you're welcome. Thank you, Jay.
All right, board members, any additional questions? I promised this gentleman a rebuttal.
Sorry.
If you'd look at the map on
You'll
the,
start with your name again.
excuse me, I'm Robert Aiello, 300 Benton Road, Bossier City, Louisiana,
Mr. Chair.
71111.
Yes, sir.
Does not the applicant have the ability to do a rebuttal?
I thought this,
We are the applicant. I continue to stress that point, that we are the applicant in this situation.
I apologize, sir. I really do. Since you were not the applicant, and I have made that error, the applicant is the MPC, so they have the chance to do a rebuttal, and I apologize.
I fall under the other, or the owner category.
Right, you've had that bite of the apple, I'm sorry. Thank you. Any comments, other comments from MPC as far as the rebuttal side is concerned?
Yes. Oh, the staff.
Is there gonna be a rebuttal?
We have no rebuttal. We have made a request to the board
All
that,
right.
and we stand behind the request that we made.
Mr. Joseph?
Yeah, I think as Ms. Newport has, in my opinion, very eloquently phrased it, very sensitive to the time constraints and the extent to which money talks and everything else walks. We need to make this happen as swiftly as possible, so I would encourage and implore the staff to be as diligent as you always are in making this a reality for them so they can move forward and not miss this season. Having said that, I rely on a quote from my grandmother, you know, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, so let's try to get it right the first time and not have to deal with it on subsequent occasions. So given that, I would make the motion when we get to that point, Mr. Chair.
We are at that point.
To defer, for the reasons stated by the parish attorney, Mr. Bernstein.
All right. Do we have a second?
To defer?
We have a motion by Mr. Curtis, a second by Ms. DeMarteau to defer. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't second
Oh,
that.
all right.
Sorry.
We need a motion, a second on the motions to defer and continue.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Roca. All those in favor of deferring and continue, please vote yes. Opposition, vote no. All right, we have a 4-4. We have one member absent.
We need a vice president.
I'm sorry, am I counting that wrong? That's correct. We need an opinion from the attorney.
That means the motion failed.
That means the motion failed. All right, thank you very much, sir.
So what does that mean?
You can make another motion.
Yeah.
I can't hear you. through
The
all this.
attorneys are saying that you can make another motion.
All right. Motion failed for lack of a majority or vote, so we need to hear another motion, and we'll vote on it one more time.
A motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve by Ms. Cooper.
Second. What are we
We have a
approving?
second.
What are we approving?
We're voting on it again.
Approving what, though? What
You're
is the
approving
application?
changing the zoning from R112 to R17.
Voting on the actual.
Can you state what you're?
I'm sorry, I'm reading the report, which still,
I am too.
which is recommending approval, so I was just moving to approve the application of the owner, so I guess I did that wrong, but
Right.
I'm still,
I
I'm
was
just having, the report that's in front of me is different than the deferral request, so I'm just having a little trouble.
If they do that, then it's to
I mean, that may have been amended since this report was given to us, but the second page recommends approval for rezoning.
If I could hear from the attorney relative to the recent vote that we just did, what is the next step, please?
Well, the difficulty is that the case is on your agenda. There's not been a motion to do anything with it because the motion to postpone failed. So it would either be, somebody would need to choose to make a motion to some other disposition and see if that passes or fails.
That's what Nancy did, right?
That's what
Nancy
Poorly.
I'm sorry. I think what we're hearing is it either motion to approve or deny.
And that's what she said, approve.
She did. I seconded
I
that.
think we're missing it.
I'm
I
sorry.
call for the vote.
I'm still confused when I'm voting.
Can we restate, please, what we're doing? So everybody's clear?
All right.
The request that's in front of you is to rezone from R112 to R17.
Thank you.
That would be.
And I would
size.
move to approve that zoning request,
And I second it.
if that's procedurally appropriate.
That works.
We have a motion by Ms. Cooper and a second by Mr. Everson
If we approve, then they can't.
to approve the C, 20-146-C. I call for the vote. All those in favor of voting, either vote yes or no.
I'm still confused.
All right.
What, do you have any questions we might be able to respond to, Ms. DiMatteo?
Does it get them to where they can build their property as they want to, if we vote for that?
It allows for, since the lots have to be either 12,000 square feet or 7,000 square feet, reducing it to 7,000 square feet allows them to have lots that are 10,000 square feet. The minimum would be 7,000, so they could have the 10,000 lots that you see on
So
the side.
it's what the developer wants to do.
That's what the developer has said that they want to do.
Okay.
We have said that we need to correct the ordinance in order to address the problem at hand. And the parish attorney has said what the developer is proposing to do is a possibility, because the only person that would enforce what the developer is proposing to do is them, and through lawsuits and so forth.
Right.
There would be no enforcement from the Metropolitan Planning Commission
On the front end.
of the parish of the city.
All right.
I mean, can y'all get that done in a month?
Yeah.
What was your question, Curtis?
Could they accomplish what they're asking us to give them the opportunity to do in a month? And his answer was yes to that.
Yeah, that's why I asked that earlier. How long would that take?
This- I'm sorry, I'm not staying in order. This still has to go before the commission and the council, so I don't, there's still time before this before the approval is real.
All right, right now, what we've got is a motion and a second on the floor. And this is either voting in favor or not in favor.
My motion is is as normal, as we usually do when there's a zoning request, to approve recommendation of approval to the legislative body. So it still has to go before the commission for the parish properties and the council for the city properties. So there's still a delay, correct?
It would be a delay, it would be another month if we defer and continue.
The applicant's not making a request, it's the staff.
I still think at my heart of hearts that, as some of the board members have said, if we correct the mistake and do it right, right will always outweigh wrong. And we will put this in the proper perspective that it should have been done when the actual UDC and the map amendments were done.
I think they would come back, but then we would be in the position of just basically approving like she's asking right now without any hiccups. It wouldn't.
They would have to come back.
Yeah.
Unless we could allow for an administrative approval without a public hearing.
I don't think we can have an administrative approval.
Not because it's a zoning change.
Zoning change.
It's a zoning change.
And my understanding is that if we were going to approve, someone could be open, either the developer or us, to some kind of liability. If the other owners decide to sue, to have a lawsuit.
That's the only, I think I understand your question, and I think the answer is yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
So why open anyone to a liability if we can just wait just 1 month?
Do we need to make a motion
All right,
to?
we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor from Ms. Cooper and second by Chris Elverson. I think I said that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that motion is to approve item number 1520-C-146C. Am I saying that correctly? Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
All right.
I think it would.
I call for the vote, either vote yes or no to approve this as it is. If you vote no, then we will entertain a motion to defer and continue after that. Because if you vote yes, then there's no more discussion about this one. Am I correct?
Yes.
Sure. All right, in this particular case, the motion made has been voted down. All right. This particular time, we'll go to item number 16.
And they can get that, I can get that done next month, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Then we'll go to item number 20-14-P. We'll use the same, or we'll entertain a motion in that particular venue.
We're in the same posture on that?
Not necessarily a motion to defer and continue would be sufficient.
That's what they're asking?
It fits into that.
I'd make the motion then to defer and continue for the
Motion
same
by
reasons
Mr.
expressed
Joseph,
earlier.
Second by Ms. DeMarteau to defer and continue. Item number 16. All those in favor, please
Didn't we
vote.
just do that?
Two separate
We did,
items.
it's two separate ones. We didn't do them together.
Number 18. Number
Okay,
16.
sorry. I'm confused. Okay.
Okay. All right, this is item number 16. Please vote yes to defer and continue, no not to.
Well, they've asked to speak, so I think we kind of have to let them speak.
They
It's the
asked to
same
speak.
issue.
I'm sorry?
He
They've
asked to speak.
Okay,
Commissioner
oh, I'm
voting.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, let
sir.
them talk.
Have y'all already voted on the first
On the
We've already
first one,
voted
now
on
we're
the
taking
first
up the second and we're gonna.
So we did defer and continue, we never decided to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. What we did on the first one, the vote was no to pass. We voted second to defer and continue.
My name is Robert Aiello. I'm at 300 Benton Road, Bossier City.
Just a second, Mr. Allen.
That was not the deferral vote.
That was not deferred.
That was the previous case vote.
Get it right.
All right.
We still have time, even with the vote that you just made, to do what we're trying to
Mr.
accomplish.
Allen, just a second, please. Give us a chance to do it right as best we know.
I get-
Yes, ma'am.
The deferral failed because it was 4-4, and then the approval failed because it was too many votes no.
Seems like someone needs to re-urge the deferral.
Yeah, that's
Leaving it
that's
alone.
what I thought that we did.
We were moving on to the next case.
No, we voted on the first case the second time.
This is 2014P
Just the second.
that we're talking about now.
Tell us what happened, sweetheart, so, because you put the system up. Pull your mic down so we can hear you.
On case 2146-C, the vote failed to approve it. So now we're moving on to case 20-14P.
May need to go back.
Which means we had no action.
Right.
Either
On the
way,
first-
on the prior case.
That's
No,
not
you
my
denied it.
understanding. I think we all missed it. So now, as I appreciate it, the denial will go to the city council.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. I get you. I got it. Okay. That was the decision. I got
Yep.
it. We don't have to do anything else.
So we voted once or we voted twice?
Voted once
the
on
first
the
case-
Just
phone.
let her tell me, please.
Next one on the case.
Go right ahead, sweetheart.
On the first case, we voted twice.
That's what I thought.
So now we're moving on because the motion failed to rezone the first case.
That's what I was saying. So now we're on the next case,
Yes, sir.
because we voted twice on the first one. All right. Mr. Allen.
My name is Robert Aiello, 300 Benton Road, Bossier City, Louisiana, 71111. In the previous case, you were voting to change the zoning on the existing Unit 4 and Unit 6. This current case is the new proposed property, which is Unit 7, which is what I'm trying to currently develop. One thing that was brought up earlier was that the restrictive covenants, these restrictions are new. That is incorrect. All of this property has been deed restricted by restrictive covenants that restricts the size of the home to 2,250 square feet of heated space. There's also a provision that prevents anyone, including the developer, from re-subdividing a lot. It's been there since 2000. It's reaffirmed every time we record a plat. And again, I've been there for 20 years. I have no intentions of doing anything other than what we've done in the past, which is develop a 10,400 square foot lot or greater. It would be destructive to the rest of the subdivision and the future development of the subdivision to do anything different. If you bring this up for approval on this case, this will not interfere with the development going forward. What you turned down just now was the existing subdivision that you were trying to correct. And time is of the essence. I do appreciate Mr. Clark's effort to try and get this done in 30 days, but it always seems like there's a hitch. And one, I don't think that if you bring it up and you marked off on the calendar 30 days ago, but I think it'd be more like 45 just to get to the next cycle after you have all the advertising. And that's making the assumption that we don't have another discussion, about this and defer it again. There are 236 residents in the subdivision, and if I don't have the privilege of this, but I heard one of these gentlemen say that there were 4 people that opposed what we were doing. They were opposed based on a misguided email from the HOA that didn't understand what was going on that the city wanted to do to correct an issue where when the UDC was that changed, the city or parish, the MPC went through and arbitrarily said, okay, this property needs to fall under category R112. Even though R112 did not fit those lots because the lots were 10,400 feet or greater. They were not 12,000 square feet. The HOA is in favor of approving a 7,000 square foot lot in the new unit, which is highlighted on the board up here. That is a 21-acre tract of land. We're going to develop it into 54 lots that are, again, going to be identical to what is in Unit 6, where it's in Unit 6 and Unit 4 are where the R112 is, that's whited, this white with about white background, and then the plat is to the right of that. This is again, an ongoing development. I believe that you can go ahead and add your zoning category back to 9,000 square feet. And again, it won't affect what I'm doing at Lakeside. We have a very active HOA. I am very involved. The landowner is very involved. No one is going to do anything outside of the scope of what we're all discussing, which is we're going to continue to develop lots that conform to the existing subdivision. And if you will approve the R17 zoning, it will solve my problem to continue to move the plat forward for approval. And the only change will be now you'll need to go back and you can either change, I would certainly not be opposed if you want to change the R17 at a later date, that's fine with me. As long as I can do a 10,400 square foot lot or greater, I'm happy to do that. And I think it's no different than right now. The city is basically going retroactively back and saying, okay, we have some non-conforming legal lots and we're fixing something, which fix mine, but let me continue to get the approval process so I can build this subdivision and meet the deadline of selling these lots. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Come on.
Larry Russo, 8912 Creswell Road, Shreveport, Louisiana. A couple things I just wanted to comment. We will have attorney's fees in the deed restrictions. Anybody seeking to enforce the deed restrictions to be sure that no lot is less than 10,400 square feet will have the right to recover all their attorney's fees in pursuing and enforcing that deed restriction. We're just trying to do this transaction within the guidance that's been presented by the UDC. And for this project to go on as it has been, to conform to what it has been, the zoning that's required is R17. We can live with R17. The only piece that's going to be zoned R17 is the piece where the subdivision plat's already been submitted. We own the property. We're going to impose these restrictions before the title goes to the developer. In my opinion, he is under every bit as much legal restriction as he would be in zoning. In fact, more so, because I think these private deed restrictions would be enforced much more quickly and more effectively than the zoning ordinances would be. You don't even, you know, you've got 246 people out there, and the deed's going to say they've got attorney's fees to recover if somebody tries to violate them. There's going to be no problem enforcing this. The only other point I would be concerned about, my world, now I used to come before this group a lot. Back in the day, you could do a special exception. I don't know is it not possible anymore to just adopt a stipulation on this one given approval that the minimum, or once this plat, the plat can't be subdivided, or is there, I just asked the question. That's one thing. The other thing I just want us to be realistic about the timing. I have never known that anything could be done in a month before the MPC. And if you guys are making a decision based on a representation of timing, please get a realistic estimate of the timing so we know what you're talking about. But my recommendation is please approve 20-14-P. We can live with it. We're living within the guidelines that the city has presented. I don't think is there anybody here speaking in opposition? Have we checked on that?
We don't know of anyone here.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Comment from Mr.
I have a question, Larry. So the owner will be signing the plat. The owner will sign the plat, correct?
I don't know. Typically, well, we'll be glad if that's what it takes.
You're the owner right now.
Now we are the owner, correct?
Right. So the owner of the property is the one that signs the plat.
But in 2 weeks, I'll be.
In 2 weeks, you will own it.
Yeah, typically the plat is signed at the closing. We can do it coincidentally with the closing.
Because my question is, will the owner sign a plat with any lots on it that are less than 10,400 square feet?
No.
Okay.
And also we're willing to put the plat on the deed and say, you've got to approve a plat that'll not have any lots smaller than these lots.
Thank you.
Any questions?
That was my question, sir.
I
Thank
do
you.
have a question. When you sent the second email to kind of correct the first one to the homeowners association, when was that?
Jake, do you have that in your?
I don't have anything regarding the case in my possession. That should be in the folder.
I can tell you real quick. So I sent it to. I'm sorry. It was on like the 20. I see I sent it to Jake on the 24th, and I think it was on the 23rd that Jim Dodson sent our email out on the 23rd. I sent the email to Jim Dodson, I believe, on the 23rd, and I believe he sent the email out to all the members of the HOA on the 23rd.
On 23rd. So, I mean, my question is, because we keep coming back to this, just 4 people in opposition, and I don't know, because of the Thanksgiving weekend, if also, giving more time for people to read their emails, we'll probably get more people opposed or not. I don't know that, I don't know. If you were gonna ask me if I got an email on the 23rd, I wouldn't read that email until probably today or yesterday because of the Thanksgiving weekend, but that's just me.
Sir, you mentioned, I'm waiting on anybody else for questions. You mentioned about letters of opposition. We have 8 signatures in opposition. And they're dated November 23rd, only one letter is dated November 24th.
Okay. So my supposition is that they all, this happened really fast. The HOA sent out their initial suggestion.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, on what day, Rob?
The 23rd or 24th.
Yeah, I mean, within a day, I mean, we immediately jumped on this and we sent out the deal. So from the moment the HOA said send letters opposing it. That was the 23rd or 22nd. So a few people sent letters. We immediately jumped into action, talked to the zoning board, talked to the HOA, talked to Robert, got all this worked out, sent out an email. They sent it out to all the HOA. They said they have not heard one peep of opposition since. They told me I could tell you that. I can get them on the phone. Jim Dodson, Scott Massey.
I'm just holding myself back from mentioning Judge Judy. She always talk about hearsay, and that's what I hear you saying. I'm not going to do that to you. But I will say thank you for your information that you've shared with us at this time.
Well,
anything else?
Thank you very much. No, I have nothing else. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else to speak? Otherwise, it's rebuttal time, and that goes to the MPC as it relates to this particular case.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we have shared with the board all of the information that we have. We have shared our position to the very best of our ability to share our position. We continue to ask you to support our request to defer and continue this application.
All right, sir. There is a request on the part of this particular applicant to defer and continue. The floor is now open for a motion.
I need some clarification. So the applicant in this case and the last case is the MPC.
Yes, ma'am.
So the developers of the property were never an applicant? They don't even have an application before our board? So
Not
if
for
they don't have
not
an
for rezoning,
Not
they
for
don't.
rezoning, no.
Okay, then how did we properly vote on that on the last case?
We can initiate.
We've always been
So-
able to initiate rezonings and actions and bring them to you for actions to be taken upon them.
No, I'm just saying that we voted on the last case, same owner, same property owner. We voted on their request to rezone, even though they are not before us.
You voted on our request to rezone. We asked you to defer on that case also.
Mr.
You may
Clark.
have reacted. They may have reacted to them.
Right,
You
but
may have
it's,
reacted to them, but we were actually the applicant on both cases, and we presented the request for rezoning on both cases.
right, it's just, it was a verbal, I think the confusion has come because after studying the reports to prepare, the request to defer was verbal right here today. It wasn't presented that way in the reports. So it's just been a flip. And
Understood.
And so that's just created confusion for me about the motions that we're hearing today.
We came up with a solution to solve the problem. And we knew that the only way we could implement that solution was to ask you to defer this for 30 days. And that's why we came as any other applicant would do. And many applicants have done that before you. And we request that you defer and continue. And that's how this all spread it out.
So they changed your mind from the written report.
Not so much changed our mind, but to come up with a solution.
Like a procedural solution.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that you want us to, when better solutions are available, to present them to you and not stick to a bad solution, which we were in the first place attempting to do.
So the developer was never the applicant, is what you're saying?
No. We are the applicant.
Okay. Can you pull your mic down? I'm having a hard time hearing you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Clark.
Can you hear me now?
I got you. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. the MPC was always the applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
But there was a secondary motion made after that failed to defer by Nancy to consider the applicants, to consider the R17 zoning as if the developer was the applicant. Did I say that correctly?
Not necessarily if the developer was the applicant, if the end result was approval and the zone change.
Okay, gotcha.
And so
So,
the
okay.
function was who was getting us there.
Gotcha.
And so I think, as I appreciate what the staff is saying, they initially came forward ready to move in that direction, but then they got different information, and so they wanted to give us that kind of in real time. And so I think we're in the same posture, as I'm hearing him, we're in the same posture on this particular application as we were on the first one.
Right. I think the confusion is that the MPC is the applicant, but we have other people speaking on
Right.
behalf of it, and that is, it's a little confusing from this side.
If you think about it, anytime you have an applicant, you have people coming that speak in favor of, you have people that come and speak in opposition of. It's just that same normal process. We made an application. We asked for a deferral, just like any other property owner or any other applicant that's here today can do. And you have an opportunity to grant us that deferral or deny us that deferral.
It's all good. Okay.
Any more questions?
I have one question. Did the submission of the plat trigger this whole series of events?
Yes.
That's my understanding, that's
And when
why
they
we-
submitted the plat, it was done under the previous zoning?
Correct.
Where
Okay.
the
It was
minimum lot size would have been 9,000 square feet.
So the staff caught that, and then it's triggered this series of events.
And we made a gallant effort, although it may not appear, but we made a gallant effort to try to accommodate these property owners the best legal way that we knew how, and that was through this process.
Well, I'm just concerned that that the developer is going to now have to deal with a penalty having been disapproved. Based on procedural confusion, and I just don't want there to be a prejudice.
If the HOA wouldn't have been reactive,
If you,
we wouldn't even be here.
I think he's out of order, Mr. Chairman.
And I mean that genuinely. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I don't want to propel the property owner forward with a confused, disingenuous vote. I don't think there's anybody here that didn't want this property rezoning eventually. They just want it to be correct. And I think, so I feel like that vote is now going to put them before the legislative bodies with some sort of recommendation from us to not approve the zoning change.
And just like you all react to our recommendations, the legislative branch reacts to you all's recommendation, and they take their choices to approve, agree, or to remand or deny.
And so
That's why the process is such a beautiful process, is that it has to be confirmed by the legislative branch of government.
Is it the sort of situation that by the time it works its way up to the city council, you guys can have submitted subsequent recommendation?
We believe that we would have something, because this would probably, if I'm not mistaken, it'd take a month to get through the legislative branches of government, and close to the same days we would be back.
That would have been
before.
coming back here anyway. Only thing is now they're gonna have attorney fees and you're gonna bill them to take it up there. Right.
All right, any more questions? All right, at this particular time, the applicant is requesting a defer and continue. I'm sorry?
I'd like to make that motion.
We have a motion to defer and continue. Do I have a second? Motion by Mr. Curtis.
Any more discussion?
I'm sorry?
Could I make a motion for discussion?
Well,
Further
go right
discussion? Okay. I just wanted to help clarify for everybody on this, as I appreciate it right now. The UDC, when it was adopted by the council and the commission for good reason. There were lots of good reasons in it, but as we see almost every meeting, there are issues with it. A lot of these issues can't be handled administratively. And what I hate to see as a business owner is someone else, a developer, trying to do something in the city that gets hamstrung because of these issues here. There are consequences on both sides of a decision like this to defer, to approve. And I think that's up to us to weigh those right now. And given what I hear from the homeowners association and the representative there, it sounds to me that if we move to approve it as it was originally handled, the MPC could still go through, the staff could still go through their procedure to amend it by the time it gets to the city council, or make a different recommendation or to them, for them to make a different decision without us delaying it any further. So that's
Okay. Any more comments?
Just that would have been the same in the last case too.
right.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to defer and continue. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Roca.
Mr. Roca.
All those in favor of deferring and continued, vote yes. Opposition, vote no. All right, we have 5 yes and 3 no's. All right, defer and continued is approved. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the discussion and input. This particular time, we have item number 17, case 20-3-AXM annexation. The city of Shreveport is the applicant. Please go right ahead, state your name and address for the record.
Mariam Moradian, MPC planner. This case is in the lakeside.
If you get close enough to the mic,
Sorry.
Ms. Merrill.
The owner, the applicant, it's the city, and okay. And the location is lakeside on the Long Lake, and you can see the position of annexation. After analyzing data and site investigation, we found out that the total annual revenue, if in the fully development, should be 2 times higher than the total cost. And okay, maybe something. Okay. In a fully development project, the total annual revenue is 2 times higher than the cost. If we back to the history of development area, we will see 30% of the residential, single residential is developed, and 63% is still undeveloped. So the physical impact in the case of not development should be, if it's just a single lot, it's $8 total annual revenue. And if it's subdivided, it will be $9,000 total annual revenue. So we will see in this case the revenue is less than the cost. And per master plan and per UDC, we found that to reviewing this case and analyzing, the staff report recommended for denial, and so you can decide it by the analysis of data and reviewing the data to be approved or denial.
All right, Ms. Merrill. Any questions for our staff member? Thank you, ma'am. All right, is there anyone here representing the city of Shreveport? Anyone here representing the city of Shreveport?
That was, that was us, Mr. Chair.
That was us?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, anyone else here representing the city of Shreveport? Representing the city
Or
of
to speak in
Shreveport?
favor.
He would want to speak in favor
Of annexation.
of the annexation.
Oh, we coming, okay.
Yeah, sorry for the third time. Larry Russo, 8912 Crestville Road, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71106. We as the owners, the current owners of that property would like to see it annexed. It's been part of a planned development for years. And we're going to be connecting, the developer's going to connect to the utilities. It would seem to make sense for it to be annexed. I don't think it's going to put any significant stress at all on the city. There's going to be a very high-end development going in there, and good the utility. You know, if the city just needs to get in there and do their inspections and make sure the utilities and the roads are all built properly to city specs, and it'll be there for a long time with very little expense on the part of the city. These homes are all, 200 to 300 plus.
All right, sir.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
Robert Aiello, 300 Benton Road, Bossier City, Louisiana, 71111. I'm the developer of Lakeside. This is just a continuation of the development. It's got concrete streets, not asphalt streets. They're all concrete streets. Larry slightly underestimated the cost. Typical house is above $400,000 in value. It'll be 54 lots, and just a quick calculation, that's about $6,000 a lot, $300,000 a year in total tax revenue for the parish and the city. And all new, it's got all new infrastructure, all new underground drainage, concrete streets, concrete curb and gutter, as well as concrete sidewalks. And again, it's just an extension of a master plan that was filed in 2003. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Any comments, questions from board members relative to this?
I do have
Mr. Roca?
I have a question. I see just one entrance and one exit to the whole complex. Is that correct?
That will come.
So I'm sorry. So there's just one entrance and one exit to the whole complex?
Yes, sir. It's all controlled. We've got a main entrance that comes in and exits. It is a 4-laned entrance, meaning there's 2 ways in, 2 ways out. 4 lanes, not a single lane of traffic coming and going. We also, when we originally designed the street, the city requires that there be at least a 20-foot wide street. We just, as a ease, we made our main road 28 feet wide, which accommodates people parking and being able to easily pass.
Is that okay, Mr. Roca?
Sir?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I don't really know much about, what the restrictions are, but I'm sure that, here's just for the approval of the zoning, then the city will go do all the inspection and make sure that there's no safety and
City will take
regulations
care
and
of
all that.
it If it's annexed into the city, it's in the parish right now.
Whether it's in the city or the parish, it's always inspected. You pay an inspection fee, and they basically have standards. Either the parish engineer reviews the plans and approves them, or the city engineer approves the plans, and then
Right.
they have inspectors that we pay to stay on the job and inspect the work.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
All right, do we have any comments from other board members? Staff, would you care to make any comments relative to this particular?
Just one
request?
comment, Mr. Chairman. We listened to the questions and the directives of the board in making our recommendations and in doing the research that we do. We've had 3 or 4 annexation cases, and one of the questions has always been that what is the proposed developments developing 100% and reflecting the cost that you are proposing that will be a result of the annexation. So we did some research in areas around down Ellaby Road. We think that Lakeside on Long Lake is a wonderful development. But we did some research and we found that, and that's what Marion was sharing with you. We asked her to reduce her presentation, and that's why she chopped it up. She would have been still talking if we had not asked her to reduce it, but that's what she found, that these subdivisions were not fully developing, and that was one of the concerns that you had. And that in this case, the request was only boarded on one side by the city of Shreveport. And it was not part of the criteria that the council, if you recall, the council has even asked you to do send a resolution to you about annexation, and these were some of the criteria that were in that request, that it be bordered by 3 sides with city limits, be a part of an existing plan of record that we could show something of that nature. And based on all that information, that's why the recommendation was submitted to deny the annexation. We've had information for a long time. We even brought in some consultants to address you about the impact of annexations on the existing infrastructure of the city, and trying to maintain the infrastructure of the city and the cost that it requires, and the fact that if you continue to annex property in, you continue to put a strain on the budget of the city to maintain its infrastructure. So based on all of those reasons, I just wanted to make sure you understood that we think that Lakeside on Long Lake is a wonderful development. Beautiful homes, the property values are, I'm sure, quite up to $400,000 or $500,000 without any challenge of that. But those were the reasons that we made the recommendation that we made.
All right, sir. Any comments from board members? All right. At this particular time, we'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry?
Tired of being the only one moving. Go on.
So the
Your
motion
last meeting.
is.
The motion is to deny.
To deny. I motion to deny.
Do we have a second?
Okay, this is the backwards. Okay, so what are we doing now?
We're requesting a motion to deny the annexation. Approval.
Her staff recommendation.
Per staff recommendation.
Due to the study and the city council request and all that.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. DeMarteau, a second by Ms. Cooper. All those in favor of denying the request, please vote yes. Opposition, vote no. The request has to deny has been approved. And I am sure this is not the last time we'll hear the term annexation before the sun goes down today. Thank you, board members. We will now call for Mr. Jake to tell us a little bit about case number 20-148-C.
Hey, when the sun's already down.
I'm sorry, I can't see it.
This is case 2148C. It's a request by Aaron Lewis, who is also the property owner of 1703 and 1707 Norton Street, to rezone two properties from R15, which is single-family residential, to R3, multifamily residential. It's his intention to put a duplex on each property. The reason he's requesting R3 instead of R2, which is a lesser multifamily district, is because R2 requires at least 7,000 square foot lots to put duplexes up. Each of these lots are within the vicinity of 65,000 square feet, or 6,500 square feet, my mistake. So they wouldn't be able to do duplexes on either of these lots under R2. So they're requesting R3. However, this is a large jump from the single-family residential around it. There is an existing R3 apartment complex next door. However, we are recommending denial being warranted for this case due to the nearby single-family residences. Alternatively, you can approve R3 or suggest an alternative zoning designation.
Any questions for Mr. Pawlante? All right, sir, thank you very much. Mr. Aaron Lewis or someone representing him, please come forward. Thank you for waiting patiently. If you'll give us your name and address, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Aaron Lewis, 754 Furwood Drive, Houghton, Louisiana. I'd like to add that I am from Shreveport originally. My place of employment is just in Ruston, and so it was convenient for me to be somewhere in the middle. So grew up in Shreveport. Matter of fact, a lot of places that they were talking about, Spring Ridge Road and Greenwood, is where I'm from originally. So, but in question today, I purchased or acquired the properties probably about a month and a half to 2 months ago. And with the intent of just seeing an opportunity in an area where there's opportunity for growth. And so the biggest opportunity that I saw was there's apartments right behind my property. And since I've acquired the property, I've done quite a bit of cleaning on the property, almost to the point to where every time I cut it, the dogs come out and they just lay out in the grass. But nevertheless, my intent was to build duplex dwellings, 1,200 to 1,500 square feet per building, 2 units. And so just to give individuals in that community and in that area the opportunity to have a form of a home, and not necessarily taken away from a multifamily structure as it is in an apartment, but to just give someone the opportunity to have a front porch, to have a backyard. And also with the intent to, where my property is currently located, when I acquired it, I attempted to buy the whole entire block. Due to other legal things outside of it, the sellers could not sell them to me at the time. And so I have plans going forward to eventually purchase everything around me to develop. I have spoken to some people in the area, and when I'm out there, when I do visit the property, I notice that people come out and they ask me, am I in with Tredalius White, which is the Buffalo Bills cornerback that went to Green Oaks. I have no affiliation, found out who he was when I heard about his contract, right? So I'm just in the area just giving back to the community. My uncle owned property on the Cooper Road as well. So that's just my goal I wanted to develop. They do want home ownership there. And as they stated earlier today, timing is of the essence. This is the perfect time to purchase. I'm in the home improvement industry. Materials are at an all-time high. And so in that area, no property has sold in the last 8 months. And so home ownership could be an opportunity, but I'm looking to just try to give something back to the community to offer a different style, a different standard of housing there.
Mr. Lewis. Any questions for Mr. Lewis? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else present to speak on behalf of this request that Mr. Lewis is making? Anyone else present? At this time, I'm going to invite staff members to make any kind of comments you care to make relative to your concerns about the size of the property and what have you, to come to the conclusion that we have before us today.
We have been through some rezoning applications in the MLK area. And the rezoning applications have been multifamily requests for rezonings. And the neighborhood has consistently shown their desire for their neighborhood to develop with single-family dwellings as opposed to multifamily duplexes, apartments, etc. Two applications have been denied by both the MPC and the City Council. We received a call from the council person from that district, Councilwoman Tabitha Taylor, and she asked me to express to you all that the neighborhood is still opposed to multifamily development in their single-family lots. They welcome single-family development, but she asked that you consider deny this application.
All right, Mr. Clark, thank you.
Might I add one thing?
Just a moment.
Okay.
Any other comments from staff? All right, this is your opportunity for rebuttal, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well aware of the opportunity for single-family homes just across on David Rains across MLK. There was a development that probably happened anywhere from 8 to 12 years ago. I'm not aware if those are single-family homes, but I'm not aware if those homes were purchased or they're on some form of, it's a government house. I'm not 100% sure. However, I'm not opposed to a single-family home. However, for me to give home ownership and not taking anything away from the community, no one has purchased. I can assure you, I probably bulldozed almost open top full of trash off of the property that I purchased from the apartments from throwing over the fence. And I assumed all of that expense now, and I clean it up weekly. So that's on me. But in order for me to build a house, a 1,200 square foot house, you can't build that for $65,000. The house listed on the market currently right now for sale there is for $78,000. It's a pier and beam home that's probably well overpriced for what you're paying for what they remodeled it for. Again, I'm not opposed to building a single family home because I own the property. I'm gonna build something there. I just attempted to do multifamily, but I just wanted to be aware, if I'm gonna build single family homes, my goal isn't to just build single family homes on the two properties that I have. I'm gonna purchase everything around it, but I just felt that multifamily, the income there and getting approval, I would have to get on some form of government assistance or through the sellers in order for me to just sell homes in that area, because nobody's been in there to develop a home and put a for sale sign on it.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Lewis? Board members? Yes, sir.
If I'm looking at the right map, right next to that property, you have a complex with several condos, right? Is that right? Are those condos?
Those are not condos, those are apartments.
That's apartments.
Those are apartments.
Yes, sir.
So how many apartments per building do they have? I mean,
It's well over per unit. It's probably about 12 to 16 per unit, and it's probably buildings, and there's probably 8 to 12 buildings in that complex. And I'm just building a house, 2 doors.
right. Right.
Well, Mr. Lewis, regardless of how this goes, I assure you the staff will be happy to work with you regardless of how
Absolutely.
the board votes, because it sounds like you've got some future in your mind as to how you want to improve the city of Shreveport.
Absolutely.
And that's why we're here, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, so thank you very much for your
Thank you.
rebuttal.
Thank you for your time.
At this particular time, I'm going to invite board members for, I need a motion.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, you can ask a question.
Mr. G and Mr. Clark. So I'm looking at the map, that map, and it does look like this property is adjacent to a big R3. So it wouldn't be spot zoning if we were to approve it, correct?
And we never implied
I
that
know.
it was spot zoning,
Right.
but I would like to share with you
Okay.
that if you look at the vicinity map, and you look at how a neighborhood should develop, and you look at someone putting a apartment complex in the middle of a single-family zoning district, you would have to conclude that that is not going to necessarily be a pattern that's going to be utilized throughout the city. That was part of the reason we feel that that was a mistake. These are some of the things that happen in some of our neighborhoods. The opportunity to get funding, sometimes the subsidized funding, the opportunity to get funding leads to these type developments. What the city council person is saying, what the neighborhood associations are saying, is that this is not the way we want our neighborhood to continue to develop. We would like for there to be single-family dwellings in our neighborhood because our neighborhood is platted, subdivided with single lots, and we would like for that to be the way that our neighborhoods develop, like other neighborhoods are allowed to develop around the city. And I'll just share with you what they shared with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, just a moment, just have a seat, please, before we go. Is there anyone else present who would be in opposition to this request? And I failed to ask that. Anyone else present?
I have a question.
We have a question. Please go right ahead.
Okay, are these single-story, is this a single-story development?
What he's proposing? Well, you're asking, I think they are single-story duplexes, yep.
Yes.
You can't answer, but you can bow to me.
Yes, it's a single level building.
It goes to integrities of the neighborhood, so, okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions from board members? All right. At this particular time, we'll call for a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the applicant's request.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Newbert and a second from Mr. Roca to approve. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, vote yes. Opposition, vote no. All right, the motion passes. The approval is granted. The next item on our agenda goes to item 19. And we have Ms. Alice to talk to us a little bit. Ms. Alice, before you make a comment, I want to call Mr. Carvin's attention to the fact that if you'll notice, Mr. Carvin, the staff took heed to your request last month. That's what we were talking about, recognizing you for yesterday, to invite staff members to make a brief statement on descripting properties that were to take into consideration to vote yes or no. So and also there's a dispenser over there that you requested. Want you to know it's there too. All right, Ms. Alice.
Well, I would like to say something on that.
Yes.
At the length of this meeting, if we didn't do that yesterday in our pre-meeting, at the length of this meeting, it'd be 10:30 tonight before we got out. So I am glad that we did that.
You can say I told you so.
I told you so. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay.
Very good. As stated, this is case 20-151-C. The address is 1519 Crestwell Avenue. It also is frontage on Jordan Street. The applicant is Moore & Associates on behalf of the owner. The owner is reapplying for a special use permit for an office and expanded parking in the RHU district. The original application had a site plan with access to Jordan, but that case was deferred back in May. to pursue an option with only a Cresswell Avenue access. That version came before you in July. A special use permit and site plan approval were granted by you in July with the stipulation that a shared servitude of passage agreement be established to allow the widening of the Cresswell Avenue driveway so that access from Jordan would not be needed. The agreement could not be reached, which rendered the approval of the site plan null and void. So we are here again. The current submittal returns to the original early 2020 parking layout that included access via a two-way driveway on Jordan Street, but is still limited to the 6 spaces that we discussed in July that are needed to bring the operation into full UDC compliance. So the proposed plan does meet the UDC regulations. It provides enhanced screening and landscaping to mitigate potential negative impacts to the area. A replat will be required to combine the 3 lots that are involved into one single lot so the parking can be considered ancillary to the office use, and a certificate of appropriateness from the HPC will be required. So based on the character of the existing uses and the existing parking lots in the area, the care taken in the design of the proposed layout for this property, and the enhanced landscape that's intended to minimize visual impacts, the staff has determined that the approval is warranted with the stipulations for the replat and for the certificate of appropriateness from the HPC. Is there any questions?
Yes. So one hand right here. Ms. Cooper?
Did you go first?
That's you.
All right, thank you. I do have some concerns and some questions here because it sounds like because the servitude wasn't agreed upon between the neighbors, we're just kind of coming back to try to bypass that agreement. And I'm wondering, so the plan is, and this is a confusing case, I'm a little confused, but the plan, what the property owner wants to do is construct a commercial driveway that's at least 24 feet wide just through a vacant lot right now through onto Jordan. Is that right?
No, the owner now owns the 2 properties on Jordan. The parking is for the office building, which is on the lot that fronts Cresswell Avenue.
Right.
So it is tied to that. The driveway is to allow access. The Cresswell Avenue driveway is not wide enough for two-way traffic, and that was confirmed by city engineering looking into not only their regulations, but Louisiana Department of Transportation regulations and federal regs.
Right, which I saw those emails.
Okay, so the driveway to Jordan is 24 foot wide. That's what is required by the UDC for two-way traffic.
Right. Okay, so there's a couple of concerns. First, it's a lot of asphalt to just add through on a residential block just because the existing driveway is only a few feet too small. So then there's a historic preservation concern here. So I was wondering, first of all, can we get the historic preservation's vote on this before it comes to us, or does it have to go this way? And then the second thing I wanted to ask was the house on the corner, that White House that's on the corner of Jordan and Cresswell, I think that's owned by the Deaf Action Center.
Correct.
Do you know anything about that house? Have you talked to them?
I have not talked to them, no.
Okay, because their property butts the current driveway that would give access to the parking lot that's already there, but it's a few feet too short, right? It's 19 feet wide?
It is 18 feet wide, yes.
Okay,
they only have 19 feet to their property line.
If they were to grant a servitude to allow widening of that driveway, or even sell 4 or 5 feet of their, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, would that not solve the problem so that you could keep the existing driveway and not have to create a whole new asphalt driveway through a residential block?
Yes, that would have solved the problem, and that was the stipulation that you placed on the July approval. However, the property owners could not come to an agreement.
This was the property owner with the Deaf Action Center?
It involved that property owner and the adjacent property owner. There's 2 property owners. If you look at the site plan, there's 2 property owners that would have to have granted the servitude. In addition to the owner of this property, they would have to come to a shared agreement. They could not come to an agreement, which is why we're back here today.
Okay, so since they couldn't come to an agreement, then that was a condition of our approval.
Yes.
And it didn't happen, so here we are. And now they're seeking it without that condition.
That condition was for that particular situation and that scenario and site plan that was approved. Because that was that could not be met, that stipulation could not be met. Part of that stipulation was come back with a revised site plan for just not including the expanded parking. But because her desire is her purpose of doing this is to get that expanded parking for that use, it's going back to her original request for the site plan that does include access to Jordan.
And Mrs. Cooper?
Yes, sir.
I think that the applicant and the engineer for this project can answer those questions
Okay.
a lot better than we can, because
Okay.
we've not been privileged to all of the conversations that have occurred with property owners and
Okay, I
Yes,
guess.
that's correct.
I guess in terms of just the MPC question would be, is it premature to not know the historic preservation, take on this big driveway they're gonna put through this? I
Can I
mean,
get a
could
chance
we
to-
wait on that? Is that an option?
to defer to Adam Bailey. He can answer that for historic preservation.
It hasn't triggered the need for a certificate of appropriateness yet. If the special use permit were approved, and then once they try to get a building permit to build this, then that would trigger the certificate of appropriateness.
It just feels backwards.
That's the way it is.
Because this Highland neighborhood is it's such a fragile area not to develop it wrong, and we're being asked to put a big old commercial driveway through a residential block without knowing if that would affect the integrity. I don't know, I just feel like it should be the other way around. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. At this particular time, is there anyone present who would care to speak in favor of this application?
It's good to be here again. It's been too long.
Long time.
Andy Craig, 13 with Moore & Associates, 1324 North Hearn, Suite 301, Shreveport 71107. We're representing Dr. Burnham. I think the staff and Alice, the staff report and Alice explained the situation very well. I'll be glad to answer any questions that I can. Initially, we were hired to just do a little parking lot on the Jordan Street tract. We weren't aware of the original SUP application had been made. So anyway, it's evolved to that. But Dr. Burnham is just simply trying to get 6 more spaces there, and the Jordan tract is all that's available. We did attempt to negotiate and get the driveway to Cresswell. One of the lot owners agreed, the other one initially agreed, but then decided it's not the best thing to do. And so now we're back to our original site plan that we first came up with.
All right, questions for Mr. Craig, please. Ms. Cooper?
So, okay, so what did the Deaf Action Center's property, what was their response? What did they say?
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear here with the screen, so.
The Deaf Action Center property, the one that's right there adjacent to the
Yes,
driveway, what was their response to y'all's efforts to?
Dr. Burnham talked to them. They had no objection to providing the servitude of access through there, the shared access, and we were even going to grant them use of that if they needed to. And then they did express some.
So they would have been willing to give y'all either up to 22 or 24 feet extra to expand the width of of the driveway?
I'm sorry, what?
The Deaf Action Center would have been willing to offer y'all up to 24, 22, 24 feet.
Well, we didn't need that much more. We had 18.
Right.
We needed another 6. I think it turned out we were going to get 7 or 8 feet. Well, just to make it even, I think we'd offered 10, requested 10 on the back of those lots, just to make sure we had enough room to get the driveway in, do the grading necessary, and all. And so that they did not have any objection to that,
Okay,
as I understand it.
Okay, so as you understand it, if you were to get the agreement from the other property owner to widen that driveway, is that something y'all could still do?
I'm sorry?
Okay, if y'all could get the agreement from the other property owner to widen that current driveway, is that something y'all could still do to avoid building a new driveway through to Jordan?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I need. Thank you.
But that one driveway is gonna suffice for what you need? I mean,
Is-
excuse me, that one piece of property?
Is it what now? Is it?
Well, I'm looking at the alley. So there's the piece of property that is on Crestwell side.
Uh-huh.
And then there's another piece of property that appears to have another owner, and then there's the property that we're discussing today that is for application. Do you need both of the properties in the alley to meet
Yes,
the
the
24 foot?
driveway on the map here, the existing driveway is right here off of Cresswell. It's 18 feet wide, we need 24. Because of there are physical restraints on this side that we can't widen it to the south. We have to go to the north to get the 24 feet. We'll get what we can to the south, but it's not enough. So we would widen to the north, which would require getting over onto those other two lots and require their permission.
Okay, so you're just speaking about the Deaf Action Center, which is the corner lot. What's happening with the lot next to it? Is there?
What's happening with?
Yes, I mean, are you gonna, how deep into this alley does the 24 feet have to go, is what I'm asking?
That's,
All the way through?
Pardon? That's-
All the way through to the property that your client has?
Yes.
Yes? So what, you have, Nancy, you're speaking about one property. Do you get what I'm saying? There's another property involved here.
Apparently, there's two. That would.
What's it?
It's hard to talk about this in the
I know.
abstract.
Who,
I went and saw it, so I can visualize it, but.
Who owns the second property? Not the corner lot, but the second one in the alley.
I think the actual name is Montgomery Properties. They're here today. You'll be hearing from them, I'm sure.
I see it. Now, I'm blind, so you have to forgive me. And.
It's a rental property that they own.
Okay, and are they willing to work with
Yep.
that additional footage that you need as well?
Well, they'll have to answer that.
Okay. Is,
So, can I ask a question?
sure, yeah.
So the new driveway, using Jordan Street, would that affect the owner that is not happy with this?
It's not what? It's,
Would that affect the same property owner that is not agreeing with the?
yes.
Would that affect them?
Yes, the owner of this lot right here, which we have to cross to get the new driveway in.
So they're not
The-
in agreement.
To widen the existing driveway.
So
Right,
they're-
but the new one, would that affect the same person?
No. This new one here does not affect them. It's all on Dr. Burnham's property. And we've adjusted it to get as far from that as we can and have a little effect on it. Put some landscape in between, as you can see. And
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what I'm asking you and that you're clear on what I'm asking. There are two lots in this that back up to this alley. One of them Montgomery owns, Montgomery Duplex LLC, and the other one is.
well, let me make it clear. They don't access on the existing drive. That existing drive right here only serves this Dr. Burnham's current office.
Okay, but that's the
And these are
property-
backyards. They have, if I recall right, there is some parking in there. They have been utilizing that for some parking, the Deaf Action Center has anyway. But they're not using the existing driveway currently.
Okay, but the back of those two lots, if that alley is 18 feet, and you're saying that it needs, or engineering saying it needs to be 22, is that what I heard?
24. We need 24 total.
All right.
For two-way access in and out.
So it's 6 feet short
Yes.
in width.
Yes.
You have to have that 24 feet width from the beginning of that alley down to the Burnham property. So so it would require both of the owners to sign off on
Yes.
passage of servitude.
And that's what we thought we had back in July when it was approved. That was a plan that y'all saw and approved, but we could not secure that second lot, the servitude across it. That's why we're back with what was the original plan to have to go out to Jordan, because we just physically can't do it on our own property.
Just for benefit of
Cresswell.
information, while Mr. Craig is still there,
Yes.
board members, There was a historical preservation case that there is one for this site, but it was deferred and continued until after the SUP case was settled, which is where we are.
Ugh.
So they reversed it. Good for them.
We need guidance from them. I mean,
And we have no idea why this could not be
Well,
worked out.
let's hear both sides of the story. Perhaps maybe we'll get some more clarification from the other side. Is there any, Mr. Craig? I'm sure you'd yield the mic if there's anyone else present to speak on your behalf.
I'm just gonna keep interrogating you.
Anyone
Run.
else here to speak in favor of this project? Do you have any more questions for Andy before we move?
No, thank you.
No more
Thank you,
questions for Mr. Craig? All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else present to speak in favor of this request? Anyone else present to speak in favor of this request? Hearing none, do we have anyone who would care to speak in opposition to this request?
Old knees. It's been sitting a long time. Tom Arsenault, 615 Jordan, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. And I would like to present this petition that has 24 signatures on it in opposition to the, really the opposition is not to the use of the building. I want to make that very clear. We are supportive of that use. We think it's a great idea. We think that Dr. Burnham has made some very good improvements to the security and the lighting, and she's cleaned it up. It does look very nice. Our problem is the access on through the residential lots on Jordan Street. And one of the things I want to point out to you, this case came before you in 2018, and you approved it in 2018. And you approved it with all the parking and all the access on the Crestwell lot, okay? You didn't require the buffer against the fence that backs up to the houses on Stevens Street, which is the crossing street on the other side. And you did not require, you did permit the use of the 18-foot driveway, okay? And here's what your staff report said that resulted in your approval. Can I get you to change that, to put that for me? How do I get down to here? All right. Due to the scope of work and the size of the parking lot, meaning the existing pad of the parking lot, full compliance with the UDC regarding site elements and landscaping is not required. The only reason this didn't get done is that she didn't get a certificate of occupancy in time. So 2 years ago, what we're asking you to do today was what you approved and you said was fine, without the commercial intrusion onto Jordan Street. Now, my wife and I own Montgomery Duplex. We do own the lot that you were talking about, Ms. Newbert. We also own the property at 536 Jordan, which is across the street where my wife was born and raised. We bought, redeveloped, and sold at a loss a house at 636 Jordan to improve the neighborhood, and we have bought and have restored a house at 615 Jordan. We are totally invested in this area of Highland, and the only reason that we are here in opposition to the intrusion onto Jordan Street is because we believe that that is detrimental to the redevelopment and the continued development of residential properties in the 500 block of Jordan Street. And based on your prior precedent, to which we had no opposition, we're asking you to she will have, by the way, the back of that property, this property, is 85 feet. at 9 feet per parking place, that's 9 parking places, which is more than her current site plan with the 6 we'll give her. I was listening to Mr. Aiello, I keep pointing to Mr. Aiello's empty chair. I was listening to Mr. Aiello. Mr. Aiello said that the minimum width of a city street in his subdivision is 20 feet. This driveway has been at this location for 60 years with no traffic problem. It's always been in and out. There was, as your 2018 plan shows, your staff report shows, there was a heavier use of medical clinic at this location, and there was no problem with the traffic. Here is the issue. There is simply no need for this parking to spill over onto the properties on Jordan Street. Now, if part of the problem is a fence, I have not talked to Deaf Action Center, but I feel certain, since there hasn't been a fence there in at least 40 years, that Deaf Action Center would be happy for there not to be a fence between their property and the 1519 Crestwell. I can tell you that Montgomery Duplex doesn't care. In fact, we'd prefer that there not be a fence. If you look at the site plan, there's a side door to that duplex, and where this fence is going to be located, if you look at the property line, you go walk out that right into the fence. So will we be affected? Will Montgomery Duplex be affected? You bet your bippy we will. There is almost all of the people that have signed this petition are in the immediate vicinity. The Spears family that lives across the street at 532 with their 5 children adopted out of foster care or opposed to it, they probably could have been here now. They didn't realize they'd be here quite so late, but they are very much opposed to this because they're trying to maintain the property. The adjacent property owner on the other side is here, and he will be visiting with you. There simply is not a reason not to approve this with the site plan that was available in 2018 and remove the requirement of a fence. And if you do that, Dr. Burnham can have what she wants. She can develop the lots on Jordan Street at some later time when we have a whole plan to look at, and you won't have essentially a driveway wider than a city street that is just 2 narrow lots away from the intersection of Crestwell. And you won't have to create this funky looking lot that is not a corner lot but will border on 2 streets. Those things do not make good common sense. And for that reason, we ask you to deny the site plan, approve the special use, and go back to the site plan that was approved by you in 2018. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Yes, Ms. Cooper.
Well, I'm looking at the email from the city engineer who's been instructing Ms. Alice about the width requirements. Is that a legal thing that the MPC is bound to adhere to, or is
Not in my opinion, Ms. Cooper.
Okay, I'm wondering, do we have the authority?
Or else the 2018 decision was wrong, and I don't think it was wrong, and it was your decision, without opposition.
But we could theoretically send this on to the council and let them deal with the city engineer. I mean, we could approve it regardless. You think that would not be illegal?
I do not. I think you could approve the special use exception and require a new site plan that confines the area to the Crestwell Street lot. Yes, ma'am. I think you could do that. I do want to make one thing clear. We never agreed. We agreed to consider the servitude. We never agreed to the servitude. And there's There's lots of reasons behind that that really are not really material here, except that we were giving up a substantial part of our property and not getting enough for it.
You mean if you were to widen the existing driveway?
Correct.
Okay. You said the street there, Cresswell or Jordan, both, they're 20 feet?
No. The requirements for a new city street and a subdivision are 20 feet. That's what Mr. Aiello said. This is only 18, and we're going to have what is in essence a 24-foot street that runs from her property on Cresswell to Jordan Street, and that is what we object to. We think it's poor planning and it's unnecessary for what she needs to do in this use, and you have already recognized that in 2018.
Would you be, as the property owner, would you be willing to grant a servitude of 2 feet to make the driveway 20? Is that something y'all could consider, maybe discuss?
We would consider something that would confine the parking for 1519. I'm speaking of my boss is really back here. So I believe that we would be willing to consider something that would allow the parking to stay wholly on Cresswell and not extend onto Jordan Street.
Something to
Yeah, my boss says I can say that.
something to prevent the construction of that asphalt driveway through that empty lot.
Yes, ma'am. The servitude we were asked had to do with an even larger parking lot than what's proposed here. And that's why we decided we did not want to do that. But that's a very different question from whether we would agree to something that would allow her to have the access and then have all of the parking along, all of the parking on the Cresswell property, which I believe would work if you don't require the landscaping, which is a total unnecessary thing. She actually would have to remove some concrete to come up with the landscaping. So leave it just as it is. We would consider a servitude that would allow her to have the wider drive and not to come through Jordan Street, yes.
Is she here today, the applicant?
I don't see her.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop hugging you. Sorry.
Any more questions for Mr. Arsenault? Is there anyone else present who care to speak in favor of this? I'm sorry, in opposition to this request. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Russell. My address is 9621 Ferncliff.
Russell, would you be kind enough to remove your hat for us?
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. 9621 Ferncliff Road, Bethany, Louisiana. But I've recently purchased the house on the corner in this property here at 533 Jordan with my intentions to restore it and move my family into. I'm ready to get back to town. And when we purchased this property back in April, I think, this was just vacant properties, and I was unaware of anything else over there. I'm going to try to keep this short because I'm not as verbose as Mr. Arsenault, but the idea of having a street and coming through there with all that much parking is not what we were expecting for my kids. I think that increased traffic might be an issue, and also that particular block is all residential. And by replatting that lots to all three lots to one single lot, I think will destroy some of that residential aspect of it, as well as a future. If she decides to keep that forever, then that's one thing. But if it ever needs to sell it, you're going to be hard to sell just the building or any other future developments on those other lots. So I think by combining all three lots, it's going to make it a unique property that might be difficult to do something else with. But definitely the commercial aspect in a residential only section would be the issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this gentleman? Now, you are the property owner, is what you say?
Yes.
My question for you is, have you had any verbal conversation with Dr. Vernon yourself?
No.
Someone represents her talking to you?
Nobody has talked to me about it, no.
Okay. I had some comments down here. All right.
Did
Yes.
you, is your house the red brick one
Yes.
on the corner or the big, okay,
Yes, and I can't wait to start on it.
yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions?
I have a
Yes.
question. I'm a little bit confused about the process between whatever we do here today. Let's say we recommend for approval. I'm just saying. What happens with, I know this will go to city council, but what happens with the historic area of Highland? What is their role in this?
It's like Adam has explained to you earlier, once there's a building permit requested, then it will go before the HPC, or the special use permit is approved, it will go before the HPC for approval.
And if it's not?
If not, it doesn't happen. Ultimately, that decision rests with the executive director of the MPC. But if it doesn't get approved, it doesn't happen.
I can barely hear you for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
Use your microphone.
If it does not get the HPC approval, the historic preservation approval, then it will not happen.
Okay.
So even if we think that the 20 feet, driveway idea is probably a good proposal, if it goes to the HPC, they can still say, no, it has to be 18 or 16 or
But they're not
whatever.
gonna, it's not my understanding that they're gonna be dealing with the driveway width, it's the actual property, the development.
So the driveway will not make any difference for the
May have
HPC?
Some impact, but, the major impact, they will do a total review and make sure that it, maintains the historic character of the Highland area.
So there is a possibility that even if they go with a 24, they will pass the historic, because the driveway doesn't really affect the property.
The reality
itself.
of the whole situation, I think we've left out a few things along the way, is that the applicant, what you approved in 2018 was the existing building and the existing the parking lot. And that was a non-conforming building, that non-conforming site. And you allowed her to continue in a non-conforming status as long as she did not expand the development. She decided that she wanted to improve the location by adding additional parking to bring it into compliance with the UDC requirements for parking. In order to do that, she would have either had to access the property off of property she owns on Jordan Street, or she would have to gain the 24-foot wide drive off of Crestwell. Her initial attempt was to gain access off of Jordan. We did sit down and we had a meeting and talked about the situation, because there was resistance to the driveway off of Jordan, and tried to come up with a resolution that would allow her to meet. It's in the UDC, but engineering has substantiated that, and they will actually have to approve the drive, that the drive has to be 24 feet. And presently she has, as the engineer said, she has only 18 feet. We had a possibility of that driveway being expanded to the desired dimensions, but it didn't exactly go through. It didn't materialize. So now, in order for her to improve her present site, to come into compliance with the parking requirement, the UDC parking requirements, she has only one option to do that, and that's come in through her property off of Jordan Street. And that's why she's come back to you. She agreed to come off of Crestwell and not come off of Jordan, but because the agreement could not be consummated, this is basically the only choice she has.
So the 20 feet option is not an option?
It's not an option. I had tried to see if she could have requested a variance from the 18-foot parking lot, and I was informed that we did not have the authority to grant such a variance because this is a requirement, and the engineering department, governs these type uses, and therefore we have to respect what they share with us. And there's documentation that they've said how wide, and I don't know why, I don't question, but why they've said that the driveway has to be 24 feet wide in order to accommodate two-way traffic.
And there's nobody here today from the city engineer's
I
office?
think we provided you with the documentation
Well,
that it.
Yeah, but we just hear
required-
that the prior case, that was not the case, that the streets needed to be 20 feet. That's what they were talking about, right? That the prior case was different.
The prior case was that you granted the special use permit with the site. just
No,
like it-
sorry, the prior case in the agenda that we went through for the single dwelling development, for the extension of the single dwelling development.
Are you talking about what we were talking about, the lot sizes?
No, the street width, because the person that just spoke against this case, he said that he just heard someone else from a prior case.
We're talking about a street that's a subdivision as opposed to a driveway.
Anyway, I mean, our options are either approve with the 24 or don't approve.
Say that one more time.
Our options are either approve with the 24 driveway or not approve.
If I'm understanding you correctly, the choices you have, she cannot do a 24-foot driveway off of Crestwell.
Right.
Because unless she gets agreements for the servitude of passage. The only way she can gain access to expand her parking lot to come into compliance
It's in
with the
Jordan.
ordinance
Jordan.
is to come through her property. As Mr. Craig has said, they've designed the driveway through her property. The unfortunate thing is that it's gonna be a driveway off of Jordan Street. That's the unfortunate thing, but that's the only choice we see that she has.
Okay.
If she wants to come into compliance.
and it's really more than a driveway, it's a commercial driveway.
Well, I mean, and like we said,
Right.
it's not that we love the idea. All we're saying is the only way that she can become compliant is if the neighbors could have agreed on the servitude of passage, she was in agreement with it. It did not happen. She's still trying to improve her site. I think that we talk about being business friendly and business growing. She's trying to improve her site and make it compliance with the ordinance and have the necessary parking. She had one desire for a number of parking spaces. She's agreed with us to reduce that number.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. Has there any consideration for one way in and one way out, where it could be more narrow?
She could not have, I mean, this is the only access into the property right now. And the only way you can have two-way access, because you got to go in and you got to come out. Our discussion was, what's the likelihood of two cars passing each other, coming and going? And they said that's not accountable. The fact is that the driveway has to be 24 feet wide in order for two-way traffic to come in and out of the site.
But I'm talking about one way in from Jordan into the alley and out on Crestwell, like an L shape, an exit. Come in on one street and go out on the other.
So you all would, and that would be an engineering question, but that's not what the site plan consists
I
of, but you
understand.
could possibly, that sounds like something that could be considered, but,
Would it offer
I
a
mean,
more
I think the
narrow-
opposition is that they don't want an
They don't want the
access off of
driveway
Jordan,
up
period. So you don't solve that problem.
Well, I didn't get that impression. I got the impression that they weren't agreeable to additional parking spaces and more driveway. But maybe just the driveway alone, they could reach an agreement. But I've never been able to question this owner because I don't think she's ever appeared. before us?
The owner has been here. She was here at the last hearing, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
just don't recall that.
Mr. Ellis?
When we previously approved this case, as Mr. Arsenault mentioned, did engineering at that time have the same comment or stipulation?
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't hear you, Mr. Epperson.
When we previously approved this, or when the MPC previously approved this without this driveway going on to Jordan, did engineering at that time have the requirement for a 24-foot driveway?
I'll yield to Stephen on that one.
Yeah, I'm the one that wrote that staff report. And the reason why is because if you are not expanding the parking lot or expanding the footprint, you are allowed to be non-conforming. So all those elements were non-conforming. Once you began to try to improve it, then it has to be conforming. So that's the reason why it's not that there was a reversal of the direction, is we're just following the code.
So is this then just because she wants to expand the parking lot?
Yes.
So what if she kept it like it is?
Well, you could approve the special use permit with what's there, as you've done before, and then she would not be able to improve her, to add the parking that she feels that she needs in order to properly run her business. That's the choice that she made.
Well, how many parking spots does she have now without that improvement?
Well, the only ones that are
Council's saying 3.
striped is 3.
She has 3.
How much is there space for?
We're not really sure exactly how many you get on until we do it. I
know
don't think that we do it get the full 9, for sure.
Well,
Within the permit, within the footprint of the property, you would have to go into the other property to probably get that 9.
is there evidence that she needs 9? Is that something the numbers?
That's what the code says.
The code says 9?
Yes.
Yes.
And she just wants to become legal. I think that's the paramount discussion, is that you have someone that has made improvements but wants an opportunity to become legal and have the legal required parking spaces, so she's not restricted in a non-conforming status.
Another question?
Is that the church? That might be.
All right, Mr. Elvis?
If this is denied at this point, could the applicant request a variance on the driveway?
I think we have concluded that a variance is not an alternative. It has to meet the requirements for a two-way driveway. Yeah, this is not like requiring a reduction in setback or things of that nature.
So that's
This is for
been
safety reasons.
denied.
This is for safety reasons. According to,
How many parking spots is she trying to add?
she's trying to have 9 parking spots.
She's trying to add 6.
I mean, from my personal point of view, just looking at this, there's a huge parking lot. I think probably belongs to a church or something, like two houses away from them. Can they just, I mean,
And you know, that's a decision that you will make. You will decide whether or not she should pay somebody else to use their parking
Right.
or use her own property to develop a parking lot. That's where we are. She chose to apply to use her property, and I think I'm speaking correctly.
And
chose
she's
it-
in a residentially zoned spot, correct?
That property is zoned,
Residential
RHU.
Highland?
RHU, yeah.
Mhm.
That's the reason why it requires a special use permit in front of you.
Okay.
Well,
To answer the question that Mr. Elberson asked, if you wanted to deny, you still really ought to approve the special use permit for that use on that property, because it expired, the 2018 approval expired because she didn't get a certificate of occupancy. So you still need to deal with that, so it wouldn't, you'd want to phrase your motion in such a way to allow that use to be legal if that was your desire to not approve the site plan.
And I continue to say, if Shreveport is proposing to be progressive and business friendly, we assist businesses in achieving an opportunity to grow and develop. And what you're talking about in denying is you're restricting this business to a non-conforming status, a non-legal status that restricts her from making decisions for expansion, even though she has the property to make those expansions. That's the difficulty in this decision. She's done everything she's supposed to do in order to expand her business. And I don't know, most business people, as they grow, they expand, they improve, they do all the things that are necessary to continue their business success. And that's what, in our estimation, that she's asking.
And my concern is that obviously we should set, let's say we approve it, we will set a precedence for everyone else to do the same. That's one. And two, a precedent, I'm sorry. And the second one is, I'm not sure that the historic team, the HPC is the name,
HPC Historic Preservation,
will be able to stop this because of what you said. They're just concerned about the building. They're not really, I don't think that they can say much about, the driveway, at least from what I get. And then another one is, like they said, Highland is a particular area of Shreveport that is not like all the other ones. People are trying to restore and do stuff there from the historic point of view. So those are my concerns.
And Mr. Roca, I agree with everything that Mr. Arsenault is saying. If we're going to be the Metropolitan Planning Commission, we have to look at the holistic picture, the total picture of what's going on at this location. There is a business owner that has purchased property. That business owner will govern herself, in my opinion, and what we're being told by Mr. Craig, in accordance with the ordinances of the city of Shreveport. If the HPC denies it, then she will not go forward. What's before you is this special use permit and the approval of the site plan with the drive off of Jordan Street. I agree with everything they're saying, but if there was another way, we would be suggesting another way to her.
Right.
Okay. All right. Are we at still speaking in favor of, or are we at the rebuttal stage? Kind of confused. In opposition.
Opposition.
Yes, we already had opposition.
We're still doing it.
I'm in opposition, is it?
Okay, we have.
Been here for hours. My name is Teresa Edgerton Scott. I live at 549 Wilkinson Street, and I'm currently an advisor to the Highland Restoration Association. Until the pandemic, I served on the Louisiana Trust for a Historic Preservation Board of Directors as a representative for Northwest Louisiana. I've lived in Highland for over 30 years, and I've worked on Jordan Street for over a decade prior to my retirement. To me, it makes no sense to have a newly created wide driveway exiting onto Jordan, leaving an orphan street, an orphan house at the end of the block. I was concerned about the drainage. I understand there's a detention gully thing. I'm somewhat familiar with them in challenged areas, and my experience is it's not maintained. It's just a trash hole that somebody has to get down there and get the trash out. And in the situation I was dealing with, that would have been me. Increasing, as some of you have said, increasing hard surface in a historic and residential urban area is just not best practice. It's not aesthetically pleasing, it's not environmentally correct. The Jordan Street area is one of the oldest residential sections of the Highland Historic District. And I would like to think that we get support from the MPC for the present renovations that are going on, restoration, and not present challenges to what we already face. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Clark as he continues saying you want to be business friendly, which, and I apologize for my hoarseness as wearing this mask, but I think you all, in my opinion, it seems that you disregard the substantial financial investment that Tom and Elizabeth Arsenault have made. And often it seems you disregard the substantial financial investment that I've made in the houses that I've owned in Highland. Hiring different people, continue to work on it, writing grants that brought in programs to the Highland Stoner Hill area to improve things. So I think when you say business friendly, you need to kind of realize that the financial investment comes from different arenas, not just from somebody who says that they employ different individuals. And the other thing would be, I think we sometimes don't make full use of the heritage tourism impact that we could have in Shreveport if we realized the potential of Highland and people supported that. Look at all the towns around us and how they're benefiting from historic preservation tourism dollars. So I would like to also, there's a lot of literature about parking spaces and how many you need, and do you really want to have vacant parking spaces to check off some box. It's just not, in the preservation literature, a lot of that has been called into question. So I'm not in support of a new exit onto Jordan Street. I do think that the building does look nicer than it did, but I'm not sure. I don't think anybody's ever explained why she needs 9 parking spaces, other than be compliant and check off some checklist.
Sorry, ma'am. Are you speaking in behalf of the HPC or just yourself?
The Highland Restoration Association asked me to come and speak today.
Okay.
Any questions for this lady? Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else present who care to speak in opposition to this request? Anyone else present who care to speak in opposition to this request? Mr. Craig, I believe we're at rebuttal time.
Dr. Burnham has been throughout this has been willing to compromise and negotiate whatever would work best to make her project work, get what she needs, and accommodate the neighbors. So would it be appropriate to request a 30-day deferral for me to get with her, see if we can get back to the negotiating table and try to work something out to please everyone? I think there is some possibility we can do that.
I'm always, Mr. Chairman, I'm always supportive of deferred and continuing.
I would like to have us some time to try to work it out with her and the neighbors.
Well, Mr. Craig, you're the definition of what we were facing a few cases ago. You can and have the opportunity to request a defer and continue since it's your case.
I think that would be best at this juncture.
I think at this point, we're going to say thank you very much. I'm going to invite the board, if there's no further questions or discussion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Curtis.
Second.
Second by Ms. DeMarteau, that you vote in favor of a defer and continue with this particular case. Please vote.
And Mr. Chair, I need to go pick my child up.
Yes, sir. You may excuse. All right, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Craig. Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're in item number 20, case number 20-53-C. Ben, are you capable of telling us a little bit about it?
Absolutely.
Great.
Brief. Hello again, everyone. My name is Ben Moeller. This is case 20-153-C. The applicant is John R. Bowman and Associates. The owner is Gary Chauvin, and the location is 8114 Mansfield. The applicant is requesting approval to have approximately 0.659 acres rezoned from R17, which is single-family residential, to C4, which is heavy commercial. If you'll notice on the zoning map, you'll see that currently this is one large strip of single-family R17. He will be asking for a replatting as well, but that is contingent on this rezoning getting approved. When looking at the area, our office did determine that if you were to look at Mansfield Road directly from the front of the road rather than the aerial of the map, you'll see that the rezoning would fit in well with the character of the area. While there isn't any C4 zoning within a few block radius of the entire area, the makeup of the entire streetscape here does match what they're requesting, but it does take that aerial view to see where our office fell on, which is you're putting C4 heavy commercial directly abutting a ton of our existing R17 single-family residential. Because of this, we are recommending denial of this rezoning request. Part of why the application did cross us to begin with was it would seem that the applicant, who does own this C3 property here in the front, had been illegally storing vehicles behind the property for a number of years. This was found when he approached our office for a separate issue. Because of this, he is trying to get the area in compliance, and the only zoning that we would be able to grant him for this would be that C4 for an outdoor vehicle yard. With that being said, we are still recommending denial for this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Ben? One question, if he comes to us in the future, regardless as to how this goes, what would we be able to do for him in preparations to help him prepare for a better business opportunity there?
To my understanding at present, if this were to not be approved as is, I think it would just be going through the zoning citation process. I believe that the zoning that we did give him for this, or the one we all had originally discussed with him, that C4 was really the only kind of scenario that would be able to benefit him without him being put down that citation process.
All right, so thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
This particular time, is there anyone here representing the applicant, John R. Bowman and Associates, or Gary Wayne Chauvin? All right, here we go. Thank you for waiting so long this afternoon. I apologize.
No problem. Good evening. I'm Lawrence Jones from 8114 Mansfield Road, Auto Couture, Shreveport, Louisiana 71108. I actually went around to those adjoining properties that's like right back there where we're trying to go from that residential to commercial zoning, and I spoke to all of the residents, and two of them actually signed a petition that they wouldn't have a problem with it. The owner of 8114 Mansfield Road also owns two properties that we are trying to like adjoin with at the back. So no one has a problem. There's already cars back there. Another problem that this denial would cause is, I want to say Allen's Automotive is directly to the right. They have a contract with the Kettle Parish School Board that fixes school buses. We let him use that back lot to have room for the buses, because if he doesn't have that room, the buses are kind of be exposed and they won't be secure. I mean, I don't see it being a big problem. There's already vehicles back there. It's not causing a problem, no noise, no heavy machinery, nothing that's high intense. That's really all I got to say.
All right, Mr. Jones, do we have any questions for Mr. Jones? The question I have, are the cars parked in the back, is that a part of your business?
Yes, sir.
And you were made aware that they were parked illegally
Once we approached to get the zoning made for it to be an impound lot, we became aware that we were illegally parking vehicles back there. So then we went to get the rezoning approved so that we can move forward.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Jones?
We have a fencing requirement for this, is that correct?
And I actually already got the approval for the fence, but I don't know if they noticed at that time that it wasn't all commercial property zone yet, but they approved us for the fence already. But we have to brought the materials for the fence. We already leveled off the ground back there so we can actually have everything, so it's not any water settles or nothing like that. So everything's paid for, we just need to do this to be in compliance.
In order to answer that question, they would be required by code to have fencing.
How long have you been operating?
I want to say 15 years.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, that's all I've got.
Any other questions for Mr. Jones? All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else present who care to speak in favor of this request? Anyone else present to speak in favor of this request? All right. Is there anyone present who care to speak in opposition to this request? Any opposition to the board approving this request? All right. At this time, board members, we're at a point of discussion. Hearing no discussion, we're at a point of a motion. Do I have a motion from board
Yes,
members?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the applicant's request.
Motion from Ms. Newbert. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Carver. All those in favor, please vote yes. Those in opposition, vote no. All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much. This particular time, Mr. Clark, I would invite you to make any kind of comments about this next case, which was very, very exciting, especially reading some of the correspondence you got from individuals who perhaps maybe have a vested interest in the city of Shreveport.
Yes, sir, I'll share it with you. This was an excellent opportunity that we came up with to meet all of the owners of the auto dealerships in the auto mall. They personally reached out and contacted me and asked me what in the world was I trying to do. It was one of those situations where the vehicular sales and outdoor display were not allowed in the C3. They were allowed in the B3 when the auto mall was developed. So they were all legal and in place. An applicant came in that wanted to do a use beyond the sale of cars. And we thought that this was an excellent opportunity to make the auto mall totally legal. And the way that it could become totally legal was to rezone it to C4. And then you could have some additional uses like auto repair, which most of these dealers have as part of their operation. We are going to ask you today to allow us to withdraw this application. We're going to go back to the drawing board with the $1 million dealers out at the auto mall and come up with a recommendation on how to address this problem. There's a amendment that's going before council that will make the vehicle sales a use by right in the C3 if that's passed. That will heavily address part of what we are dealing with here. So our request is to withdraw this application.
All right, sir. Do we have any comments from board members before we ask for anyone from the audience? Is there anyone present today who care to speak in favor of this request? Anyone present care to speak in favor? Anyone present who care to speak in opposition to this request or withdrawal? Anyone present care to speak in opposition? Thank you very much. At this particular time, we'll call for a motion.
make a motion to defer.
I believe the request
We
is to
withdraw it.
withdraw.
Withdraw?
Yes.
Oh.
Second.
Okay.
I'd change it
That's
to
correct.
withdraw.
Yes, it would. There's a motion by Mr. Everson, second by Ms. Newby to withdraw case number from the Shreveport Cattle MPC. Item number 20-155-C. All those in favor, please vote yes. Opposition, vote no. Thank you. All right, that motion to withdraw has been granted. Case number 20-52-C. I believe we got Ms. Alice coming to talk to us.
Yes, sir, you get me one last time. This is 152-C, 1500 Marshall Street. The applicant is Mavco Capital. They are requesting rezoning of roughly half-acre vacated tract of land from IMU to C3 for the purpose of constructing a therapeutic group home, which classifies as residential care facility in our UDC. Prior to the adoption of the UDC, this entire area west of Marshall Street was previously zoned C3, or excuse me, B3, which is the equivalent of the C3 that they're requesting. So based on that previous zoning, that the area was developed as a C3 area, and that the current zoning and uses and the future uses envisioned by the master plan are all compatible with the C3 zoning that they are requesting, we are recommending approval for this zoning. Are there any questions?
Ms. Alice, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone present from Mavco Capital LLC? Anyone present from Mavco Capital LLC? Is there anyone here who would care to speak in opposition to this request? Any opposition to this request? Seeing none, board members, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Cooper,
Second.
second by Mr. Mauricio. All those in favor, please vote yes. Thank you very much. That motion passes. All right, we're at case number 20-154-C, zoning request. Mr. Ben will do our short presentation.
Hello again, everybody. Thank you all for bearing with us tonight. This is case 20-154-C. The applicant is Community Bank of Louisiana. The location is 1725 Lakeshore Drive. It's going to be these three adjacent properties with each other. They are requesting an approval to restore the zoning back to the zoning prior to the 2017 UDC change from I-1, which is light industrial, to R2 multifamily. Part of this change is because of the fact that there are some existing duplexes on the site, which is pictured right here. Those are the existing dwellings on the property. When looking at the surrounding area, while it is that light industrial that does exist to the eastern portion of the property, there is that residential, those homes that do exist on the current property as is. Because of this, when we were making our decision, we felt that as the properties are being currently used as single family or duplex homes, as well as the fact that I believe the property owners are planning on continuing to use them as single family, or again, excuse me, residential homes, we do feel that approval of the rezoning request is warranted.
All right, any questions for Ben?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Ben, just a quick question. We did this 2 years ago. Why did this come to fruition now? Why did the bank bring it up, or did we just catch it, or what happened?
The bank did approach us. I believe they had someone interested in the site, and part of, I believe, a contingent for their practices is the fact that it does need to be a residential site to be allowed to do business there.
But Mr. Clark, if we changed it under MPC ruling, and he already had a house on it, he wouldn't have to go back to R2. He could just leave it in I-1. We did the change.
The situation, and like I said, we're gonna have to get accustomed to the process because the applicant is here and the real estate agent is here that can explain to you why it was important to get back to the R2, because the bank had some requirements, and if it was not properly zoned for residential purposes, they would not approve the mortgage. And we had, to my knowledge, we had a airman that was relocating, and this was the final leg of her process in securing this home.
I understand that. It also would make probably difference on the tax roll that I-1 may be a heavier tax than the R2, you know? Don't know that for a fact.
That's a likelihood, but
Okay.
we just believe if somebody is wanting to maintain, and if you can look and see,
Yeah.
there was a substantial investment
Right.
in these homes, that even though the bank wants it to be properly zoned in order to do the mortgage, we feel that nobody should have to live
That's right.
on
So-
property zoned industrially.
I got
There's
you.
been some of that done around the city in certain areas. And every opportunity we get, we try to correct it.
And if it wasn't a closing on it, they wouldn't have known it. It would have stayed I-3
Right.
or whatever, I-1, whatever. Okay. Thank you.
So, quick question.
Let's get the property owner. Is this for being or?
Y'all are denying the property owner the opportunity to come and
That's what I'm
explain
trying to
to you
get
exactly
into.
what's happening.
Absolutely.
And the real estate.
Thank you, guys.
Windsor's tried to do.
Please bear with me. I guess I need to get a little louder. I don't know what it is. All right, now we're at case number 20-154-C. Is the representative here from the bank? There she is. Come on, ma'am.
Come on down.
Come on down. Tell us your name and address, please.
Hi, thank you so much for having me tonight. I am actually here on behalf of the buyer of the property. My name is Rachel Bowe. I'm with Keller Williams and the Her Group Louisiana at 795 Brook Hollow. Like I said, I am representing the buyer, an active duty Air Force member that is on her way here to Barksdale Air Force Base. This property was foreclosed and is now owned by the Community Bank of Louisiana. And yes, to note the picture again, it is 2 duplexes and a single family residence there. So the goal again is that this goes from light industrial back to residential. As I understand it, this was a developer that came in when it was a residential, built these beautiful units. I think it was in 2016 or early 2017, prior to the zoning change. Also, with that being said, these properties, these multifamily properties, are probably the newest multifamily units here in Shreveport. So my goal here is to get them zoned residential so that my client, the buyer, can acquire a residential loan using her VA loan and become not just an owner of this property, but also a tenant. She will be occupying this unit. And again, on the other side, the other 3 units, the goal for them is to provide quality, consistent, and affordable housing right here in Shreveport. A home inspection has been done, and the property is in great condition. And the sweet little lady that lives in that single-family residence, she is also understanding what is happening with the goal being residential. My personal opinion is that regardless of if it was industrial or residential, someday she may want to have the opportunity to sell her property, and likely residential zoning could be important to her too. I personally have visited every single one of these units and met each family there. They're all adorable families that are happy in their homes. So much so that they take such great pride that they put their little proud of their graduate signs in their front yard. Lastly, my goal here is that you guys would approve R2 zoning, and in doing so, you would provide a home for an Air Force member and consistent, affordable, and quality housing for people in our community.
All right, any questions for Ms. Bowe?
That was my favorite presentation tonight.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to.
Right, especially for the last one of the agenda.
She is in sales now.
No, I just have a question for the staff.
Mr. Roca?
Well, I have a question for the staff, but not for her. Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else here to speak in favor of this request? Anyone else present to speak in favor? Thank you, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Roca, just before you go, is there anyone present who'd care to speak in opposition to this request? Just for the record, any opposition to this request? All right, question, board member.
So, I mean, I'm all for it. Just want to make sure that, because I see the area that is mainly industrial or commercial, if we say yes, can they go back in 5 years, 10 years and change it again to commercial?
You can apply to zone your property, whatever you desire to zone it to. So the answer is yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, because that might be the case. In 10 years, they might want to sell it as commercial and not residential.
Understood.
Okay.
Any more questions? I'm certainly amicable to a motion.
Approve.
Motion by Mr. Roker to approve, second by Ms. Cooper. Please vote. Ms. Bo, thank you very much. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I see Mr. Adam Bailey at the mic. Case number 20-119-C, Code Text Amendment. Mr. Bailey.
Adam Bailey, Shreveport County Metropolitan Planning Commission. These code text amendments are for the Neighborhood Participation Plan. Very quickly, the goal of the Neighborhood Participation Plan is to ensure that the applicants ensure early and effective public participation in conjunction with their land use application. These amendments would require the Neighborhood Participation Plan under certain types of land use applications, not all types, but just certain types. Real quick timeline, y'all, meaning the MPC board, approved or recommended the Neighborhood Participation Plan as something that should be encouraged but not required in December of 2019. City Council approved that unanimously, but since then there has been a number of MPC cases that have come in front of you, rezoning, subdivision, that we feel that had the Neighborhood Participation Plan been a requirement, it would have been an opportunity for the applicant to be seen as a good neighbor. And because of that, we are requesting right now that you amend the requirements for the Neighborhood Participation Plan under certain types of applications. This was presented in front of you last month. We asked for a deferral and continue in order to meet with the Greater Shreveport Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Clark and I met with them on November 11th. The meeting was very encouraging. At the end of it, they thought that the Neighborhood Participation Plan was a wonderful tool. However, they thought that it should be, again, more encouraged, and that the executive director should be allowed to choose which applications require the Neighborhood Participation Plan on a case-by-case basis. So taking that information, we went back to the drawing board and we said, all right, there's still some applications that need a Neighborhood Participation Plan. What applications are those? Any residential lot that is being asked to be rezoned to a higher intensity, like a commercial or industrial, that's one. The second would be any special use permit application that deals with alcohol or the retail sales of alcohol, or any special use permit that is within 200 feet of a residentially zoned lot. The fourth use would be any rezoning of R2 or R3 property. The fifth requirement is back to what the chamber requested, was that the executive director allow or choose on a case-by-case basis which applications require Neighborhood Participation Plan. We also wrote into the amendments that there is a waiver that the applicant can ask for to get out of the Neighborhood Participation Plan. However, that waiver would not be allowed under the, if the executive director chose that particular application. We are recommending approval of these amendments. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have a question, Adam. Is there a precedent in other cities where these plans, people use these plans, or MPCs use plans like this?
I mean, there's examples of other municipalities that have the neighborhood participation plan, and
Where it's mandated?
like New Orleans, Tucker, Georgia. There's, I didn't bring the notes in front of me. There's cities in California. I think Tulsa has versions of it. There's a few examples in Arizona that do have the neighborhood participation plan, and it's a wide range of the results of it, meaning that sometimes the developers really are encouraged by it, and in some cases, in New Orleans is an example of this, to where it's been used to actually slow down the development process.
But they're mandated in those states?
In New Orleans, it is mandated under certain types of land use application type. It is required. In New Orleans, it's actually required before you actually submit your application. We didn't want to stall the application process, so we put it in there to where it actually fits within the application process. That if once you apply for a special use permit, let's say for a special use permit for a liquor store for retail sales of alcohol, then between the time that you submit your application and the time it comes in front of you at a public hearing, you would be required to have a neighborhood participation plan. Within that plan, you would be required to meet the stipulations of the plan, which means, hey, I'm going to have a meeting, I'm going to get out an agenda, here's what the agenda is, these are the notes that we have. You don't have to come to a consensus with the participants of the neighborhood, but it allows them to give the report back to the MPC, which we would include in the staff report, so you would have in front of you, so that whether you or Ms. Smith says, hey, did you meet with the neighborhood? Yes, and these are the results of that.
But
it
you guys,
doesn't-
obviously feel like there's more benefit than downside to having this tool, or to being able to use your judgment on when this is appropriate. What do you all think could be a downside to this, or what have you heard is a downside to having this tool?
The real downside, if I may, the real downside, can you hear me? The real downside is that getting into the requirements of having these neighborhood participation meetings, they could delay the process and tie up a process for an extended period of time. Other than that downside, there's nothing but positives that can be derived from the neighborhood participation plan. We're going to go to some of these deferral and continuance neighborhood plans in the next couple of weeks. And if they had done these plans prior to the applications getting on your agenda, a lot of the things that we're trying to get worked out now could have been worked out. Or they would at least have a good idea, and may not would have applied for the approval that they're applying for.
My concern is that, or one of the concerns, and I generally am for owners going and discussing what they're going to do with the property with the neighbors, but one concern is that there's a perception that it's an onerous process already, and that this is another thing that's stacked up on top of it. And I could see people getting very upset about a new requirement.
And I don't know.
That is a requirement for them to do, and not an encouraged.
And I don't know, Mr. Epperson, one of the reasons that I wanted to go back to the chamber and meet with the development community, and they have not always been very receptive of ideas from the MPC. But one of the reasons that I wanted to go back was exactly what you're sharing, to sit down with them, talk about the process, sharing with them the importance of the process, and sharing with them the benefits of the process. If you look at it, we're delaying some people that want to do some things by months with deferrals and continues, because they're still trying to come up with common ground to agree upon something. I got the impression, and I've still been in contact with them after the meeting, that they are in support of this process, because the assurance that we gave was that the process that we go through now for approval will not be extended. It will all fit into the same time frame, and it will it will take them no longer to get their approval, but it will actually, in some instances, speed up the process.
Ms. DiMarto?
So just, if they didn't come to a consensus, the community or the neighborhood and the applicant, am I understanding it does not prevent the hearing and it does not prevent necessarily the outcome? It's just a report that gets
submitted to
Submitted.
you as part of the staff report, that you can actually read the report to know, hey, this is what they talked about, these were the action items, this is, if they did come to a consensus, you know, there'd be evidence of that, or it'd be something for you to base further questions on to the applicant and or any opposition that would be there. As opposed to you
Isn't that
saying,
what the hearing's all about, to be able to voice those kind of things? I understand time-wise, but I don't know. I think it's a double-edged sword.
I would just share with you that if we had done all of the cases that were before you this evening, it's 7:20 right now, we would be here probably to 9:30 or 10 o'clock, because one of the processes, one of the attempts that neighborhoods utilize is, it's a common phrase that we hear all the time, is packing the chambers. And you've experienced that, like we've experienced that, is they will come down and 30 people will get up and take their 3 minutes and say the same thing over and over again. The meeting gives them an opportunity to express those thoughts that they have and ask those questions to the person that can actually answer those questions. We found out today that, you know, there were times that we did not have answers to what a developer was interested in doing. But if they're sitting out there at a meeting with a developer, those questions can be answered. A report can be submitted to you in the staff report, as Adam has alluded to.
And
there would not be a need to come down here and go through that
I understand all that and agree with you on a lot of it. It's just mandating it that I have a problem with. I think you should highly suggest it. Every planner should tell them that they need to do that. It's for their benefit, etc. But to mandate it and say you have to do it.
And Stephen will tell you that I agree with you 100%, and I asked him on a regular basis, because no one has volunteered for a neighborhood participation plan meeting as a result of planners from the land use division suggesting to them or recommending to them to do so.
I wonder, there's a reason for that, it seems like.
And I don't know the reason, but
Time and money.
time and money, but
And so you're gonna hear about that.
I can understand that, but we wanted them, and I kept saying their approach may need to be different, but he keeps telling me every time I ask them, they're doing everything they can to encourage developers to do this, but nobody is taking advantage of it. And this will give them an opportunity with the waivers and so forth built in. If it was a situation where they were mandated on every application to do a neighborhood participation plan, I would agree with you.
What?
It would be not cost effective to them,
No, I just.
and the results would not be beneficial. But we will evaluate each application and determine if they apply for a variance, whether their variance is merited.
So just the just the projects that are highly that they have opposition, high opposition, you would recommend to have this process. For other cases, will be just a regular one, the regular process.
There will be cases where a meeting is not necessary. In those meetings, they will not be required.
So in my experience, I mean, from the business perspective, it's always faster if you at the beginning get the buy-in from your team or from the people that you're selling the project to, because then at the end, you speed up the process. We have seen this here, when people come, they never talk to the neighbors, the first time they hear about it because not everyone here listens or reads the notice, and we spend hours here, or we have to defer because they want to negotiate and they want to talk. For me, if it gets done within the time, within the process, I think it's a big plus.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
We're talking about specific zoning requests or specific applications. What are those zonings that will be mandated or could be mandated, could be required?
So any residential zoning district to a more intensive zoning district. So if someone wanted to go from an R17 to a C1, or an R17 to a I1 or an IMU, that would be mandated. But if it, let's say it was the lone residential property there and everything else was surrounded by commercial or C2, then they could say, hey, it makes no sense for us to do this. I know the code requires that. We would like a waiver. And Mr. Clark, or the executive director, could grant that waiver. That's one of them. Any request to rezone any property to an R2 or an R3. Typically, those revolve around multifamily, affordable housing. Those are always sensitive issues. That would be a requirement. Let's say it was the lone residential, R17 that was surrounded by R2 or R3. It wouldn't make sense. They could ask for a waiver. Any special use permit involving the retail sales of alcohol. But, again, let's say they're asking for a special use permit in a C2 to sell beer and wine, and it's surrounded by C3 or C2. There is no residential within a mile or, a good distance. And the neighborhood is in support of it, they can ask for a waiver. The final one is any special use permit located within 200 feet of a residentially zoned piece of property. So any special use that's close to residential would be required. But again, they can ask for that waiver. Now, let's say a rezoning case comes in or a PUD comes in that, for whatever reason, we know it's going to be controversial. Let's say an example would be the country club. I don't think you were on the board then, but when that case came before you, Mr. Clark could say, hey, I know that's going to be controversial. You need to have a neighborhood participation plan. And he could require that, and they can't ask for a waiver for that.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. I promise this is it. What is wrong with the microphone?
We will find out what the problem is, but I think it's done that in council meeting also.
This is our first experience with it going in. And that's where we are?
I believe someone is here to speak. I don't know if they're in favor or against it, but I know someone wants to speak.
Well, I'm so sorry.
Patient woman.
Don't forget me.
I was looking forward to finding out what you were going to talk about because I was so impressed with your opening comments earlier. So
well, thank you. Wasn't that nice? My name is Kay Grammer Camp. My address is 2025 East Kings Highway. I'm out of air. Shreveport, Louisiana, 71105. I was looking at this agenda item and saw the background, and it reads, I'm going to read to you a second. The MPC board first discussed the concept of the Neighborhood Participation Plan at its November 6th, 2019 work session. I was there, and I've been in the audience for many MPC and UDC meetings for the past 2 years. I've been retired, and I like seeing you work. You do a good job.
Well, there's some vacancies coming.
I was going to say, there's some vacancies.
Yes, some of the MPC cases have been very contentious, and currently I'm in the middle of a mutually agreeable dialogue between neighborhoods and a business owner about his change request. Civil discourse and successful outcomes are possible. They can be possible. In this amendment's paperwork that we were given today, The MPC staff lists its findings, and it states that the proposed text amendments protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. I think the neighborhood participation plan goes beyond protecting the public health, safety, and general welfare. I think it's important to recognize and offer respect to neighborhoods and individuals, including corporate citizens. And I think the NPP does this by offering a structure where all can speak and be heard. You, the MPC board, are in a unique position to help establish policy that offers respect and promotes public health, safety, and general welfare to all. We can make Shreveport even better. And I appreciate your service very much. I believe in modeling after other cities, but in Shreveport, we can have our own brand of neighborhood participation plan. We can take the lead on something good. We have many, many treasures here to polish. I was gone away for 20 years. I've been back for about 23 now, and this place has supported my business. And when I came back, I saw a lot of unpolished treasures. I've lived overseas, all through big cities in Texas. But there is something very special here. I love the diversity. Y'all value it and create our home to be the best it can. You're entrusted with a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions?
It's beautiful, but you think you have to mandate this to have this?
The mandate is proven, probably. The necessity for the mandate is proven because I was here when it was changed to they have the possibility to request a neighborhood participation. I'm going to tell you in real life, when you have 300 to 500 feet, and I think it's usually 500 feet of people are contacted for a zoning change. That's not a lot of space. And we can all read the studies of where we have these wonderful neighborhoods that are Highland, let's say. I can call it a Leave It to Beaver neighborhood, a Mayberry RFD neighborhood. You have that neighborhood with some convenience stores and things in one little sector of the nice area with sidewalks and people ride their bikes and walk. Okay, they're usually close to downtown. Often, those homes near that commercial property, it's been studied, become rental properties. If the rental properties spread out to 500 feet around that commercial when a zoning change is being requested, the landlord will not receive the notice. The neighborhood doesn't know that this zoning change is happening. Those zoning signs are not very large, and they're not placed at a very visible corner, the most visible corner, let's just say. And so bigger commercial might happen there. And then the encroachment of rental property, I guess that's the correct word, the rental property can spread further. That destroys the heart of a really prime community center where there is a small business sector. It destroys the property, I think. That's my personal opinion. But I do think it's been shown to be a necessity. In our case, no one has proposed to have a neighborhood meeting. Yeah.
Ms. Kemp, very well said.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank
She
you.
did so much better than Adam and I did. I'm just so gracious to her.
It does seem like something that could potentially be really promising, like she says, especially just getting the community together. It's just another way to build community. and, you know, and almost like try it out for a year or two. And if it doesn't work, or the feedback is so bad, or there, you know, it could always be changed, but it does seem like it's worth a shot, especially if it's catered, like Adam was saying, to the cases that are most likely to need it. It's not just a blanket. It does seem to be specific. So anyway.
Possibly less rigid than, than this setting.
I counted the, under that criteria that Adam went over, I counted the ones that would have been required, and 8 out of the 20 cases would have been required to have an MPP.
Which, that sounds like a good number. I mean, that's not overwhelming.
And it's most of the most controversial.
Yeah, and I do agree with the comments that in the end, I think it does speed up, it prevents deferrals, and it does a favor to the owner who may not have had the experience of the pack the chambers thing. And they also, it just builds community. It could. Anyway, I don't know. It's worth, to me, it's worth a trial.
All right, now we've heard all of the fours. Is there anyone here in opposition to this request for change or improvement? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Nancy on case number 20-119-C. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. We have a second by Ms. Newman. All those in favor, please vote. I know our ears are getting a little numb, but it's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
This is December. Christmas is right around the corner, and Santa Claus is coming.
It might be tomorrow.
Well, I can say this much about this particular proposal we just voted to pass, and it did pass. All you need to do is go with Mr. Clark to West Shreveport in a few days. Yes, sir.
If I may,
go ahead.
Because she seems to refuse to leave. I think you need to acknowledge.
Well, I saw her head going back there. Go right ahead.
Councilwoman Tabitha Taylor from District 8.
I thought that's who that was.
And she sit here and listen to everything that you've done.
Mr. Bailey, before you step up, Miss Tabitha, would you mind stepping forward and pulling your mask down? Because I know we see you on television, but when Mr. Roker was making a comment about what we just voted on, I felt like that was something that you were interested in hearing.
Good evening, Tabitha Taylor, 5714 Woodridge Drive, Shreveport, Louisiana. Yes, very disappointed with the vote, and this would have benefited my community because we have stated loud and clear what we do not want within the MLK community. Home ownership is the path that we're leading. This was what was approved today by the MPC. Is just another duplex that is next to an apartment complex, and you have single residential homes within the area. It's not something that is wanted. It is something that I've stood for even before coming onto the council, that the community speaks very loud and clear on. There was no discussion with any of the neighborhood associations there because I checked with every last one of them and spoke to the developer myself and expressed to him what we did not want within the community. But then again, when you say that you talk to 2 or 3 people and there's no documentation to say that you have, this is what you get. You get someone coming into the area that's not familiar with the area, that's not familiar with the community, that's not familiar with the wants. Even though I can sit up here and say, oh, I can show you our whole text exchange of what it is that we want, what it is that we want to do, what it is. And you know I'm a bulldog for my community, for real. This is where I grew up. This is where I live. These are the discussions that I'm having regarding economic development, home ownership, shared equity, and what we will and do not want for this. So I appreciate her speaking so eloquently about it, because all I wanted to say was, yes, hooray, thank you, Jesus. Yes, this is it right here. Anybody coming in to build in any community in this city, if you believe in your product, you do not have a problem going in and meeting with the community where you plan to build and construct. I don't ever see where there's going to be a problem, because I am one that always says, if you're not going to put it in your community, don't put it in mine. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you visiting with us. I believe before you leave, this is probably the latest we've had a parish or city official to visit with us.
That's okay. It was good. I was sorry I couldn't get here earlier, but baby, I was coming.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bailey.
the case for 20-163-C, code text amendments for special exception use procedures and appeals. These amendments introduce the special exception use process to the UDC. Special exception uses would follow the same procedures and approval process as the special use permit. However, special exception uses would be approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals, not the MPC board. Currently, MPC staff is only proposing 2 uses that would be identified as a special exception use. Those include manufactured homes located in the R112, R17, and R15 zoning districts. The second use is transient vacation homes. So if any application came for either of those uses in those locations, they would be required to fill out the special exception use application, and it would go in front of the ZBA. Appeals for special exception uses would be presented to City Council, same as special use permit process. Based on the staff analysis and review of the standards I just indicated, MPC staff concludes that an MPC board recommendation for City Council to approve these requested amendments. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Mr. Bailey?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I'm not going to skip over the opposition part of this.
Oh.
We have a motion by Ms. DiMartino and a second by Ms. Cooper to approve.
I don't think there's any opposition.
I don't think so. All those in favor, please vote.
Sorry.
Mr. Bailey, thank you for your hard work. That motion passes. I believe this ends the public hearing section of our meeting. At this particular time, we'll move down to old business. We have committee chair reports. Are there any committee chairs reports?
No, sir.
All right, then we'll move to new business. Do we have any information relative to research that's being done?
I'm gonna be real brief.
Go right ahead, Mr.
Because I know you are tired, we're all very tired. I just wanted to share with you that you can see what we have been doing this entire month with the research and how we've been evaluating uses around the city and the parish. We're also working on a revised ordinance for the Caddo Parish that we will be sending forth in the near future for comments from residents out of the parish and contacting the long-range planning committee of the parish and so forth. And so we have been very busy in our researching efforts, and you've missed a whole lot of it because every Monday morning I get a chance to sit down with the community planning unit with Adam and Miriam and James, and they're doing some truly incredible things that possibly in 2021, if you recall, I appealed to you about having a Zoom meeting that was not related to land use planning on another date where we could spend an hour and they could share with you some of the things that they are researching and some of the things that they're encouraging me to implement into the existing UDC. And they are also looking at every action item that's in the master plan, and they're contacting every person that was supposed to do those things, and we're making significant progress in that respect. And that's the end of my comment.
Well, we really appreciate what you're doing. We're looking forward to that. It appears that Tuesday session we had yesterday was very beneficial for us today as a result of it. So I'm looking forward to that. This particular time, I'm going to ask the chairman of the nominating committee to make a report, please.
Well, we presented the slate at the last meeting, the proposed slate of officers, which would be to continue our chairman, Mr. Andrews, as chair. I can't remember. Vice chair is going to be
Curtis Joseph.
Mr. Joseph, and then secretary is Mr. Elverson.
Chris Elverson.
Mr. Joseph's absence has thrown me. And I think that's what we proposed, although if anyone else has a substitute.
Well, the floor is open for nominations for any other
Right, thank you.
persons from either one of those three officers. Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Been motion that this slate of officers be accepted. All those in favor, please vote yes. Oops. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Thank you. The motion carries. Mr. Clark, would you care to talk a little bit about this annexation situation that we have next on the agenda?
As I shared with you, again, Leah looked at me with a truly mean look, and I'm going to be extreme.
No, it's not you.
I'm going to be extremely.
I'm Leah.
I'm going to be extremely short with this.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, it's fine. I understand. I feel the same way. I would suggest that you think a little while longer on this resolution. To one of your board members is not here, and that was Mr. Joseph. He was emphatic about you all have the intelligence to make decisions on a case by case basis, and I would think that the city council should have the intelligence as elected officials to do the very same thing. And doing a moratorium is not the way to go. We want to continue to do research, and we will continue to provide information to both this body and the city council. I'm quiet, Mr. Demeter.
All right, item 3 calls for director's report, public comments, and board member comments.
The director has no report. Only thing the director would like to say is, once again, it's been a real pleasure. I think I served under Miss Nancy Cooper as executive director. She was a wonderful chair, as you are, Mr. Andrews. Just wanted to thank her for the support that she gave. And I want to just wish each and every person in the room a very safe and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, you too.
Happy New Year.
I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Meeting is adjourned.
I hope y'all have that.
I'll have to have y'all over.